area, and he will confirm that one of the benefits, Madam President, for this is that BPOs are now found across the country. BPOs hire Belizeans at rates above, well above, in most cases, double the minimum wage. That has had an effect on wages in other sectors. In order to retain your employees, you have to match or come as close as you can to what the BPOs are paying. And so it has had a positive benefit for Belizean workers across the country. $150 million in salaries and wages were paid out in 2024 in the BPO sector. Madam President, I am sure the historian over there will tell us how much they paid out, how much wages were paid out in the BPO sector, how many Belizeans were employed in the sector. We're now carrying back in 1990. Wait, in 2020, I'm waiting to hear what the figure was for you in 2020 when you left office. Let us turn to agriculture. Under the leadership of Minister Mai and his team in the Ministry of Agriculture, Food Security, Madam President, there has been a blossoming, a blooming of agricultural activity and small industries. We have seen new investments in poultry processing, dairy products, soybean meal, refined soybean oil, coconut water, coconut oil, ramen, corn chips, mincer, dog food. And as Minister Mai reported to the House, we are poised for new investments in meat processing, wheat flour, fine chocolate manufacturing, confectionery coconut, and hemp oil products. Madam President, this is important because we have got to diversify the agricultural base of the country. We cannot continue to rely on sugar, citrus, and bananas. Those, for their varying reasons, face certain challenges, but in any event, the fertile grounds of Belize are able to produce alternative crops, things, for example, like coconut, papayas, etc. The record in agriculture, Madam President, as a contributor to the primary sector and not counting related manufacturing, shows that agricultural products contributed $560.8 million in 2020 and $842 million in 2024. That is a 50% increase. We are heading for $1 billion, Madam President. That is a product of a ministry-wide effort, the Ministry of Agriculture and Food Security, working hand in hand with the productive sector throughout the length and breadth of Belize, working to provide new markets, working to provide funding. And they will say, the other side, that we borrow too much. We are borrowing money to unlend, Madam President, to farmers, to the productive sector, to those who want to go into agro-processing. And that, Madam President, is why we are able to have an increase from when they left office to now in terms of agricultural contribution to the primary sector of 50%. Looking at sugar, for example, which has very serious challenges and which, as you know, the Commission of Inquiry has made its recommendation and is actively being considered, its recommendations as to how to re-image and revitalize the sugar industry. Nonetheless, because of good prices in 2024, we had exports increase from 157.9 million to 182.3 million, Madam President, which is a 15% increase. Molasses had a tremendous increase from 6.3 million in earnings to 22 million. But as we said, Madam President, the current crop, excessive rainfall, there is disease, and there are other challenges which are affecting the sugar industry. And it requires and will receive the attention, priority attention of the government. And I say that to mean both factory and farmers. The survival of the sugar industry in Belize, its contribution to life in the northern parts and to the western parts of Belize is significant. And we as a government have an obligation to work with the stakeholders to ensure that that industry thrives. Citrus, Madam President, had its challenges, but yet saw an increase in earnings from $24.6 million in 2023 to $33.5 million in 2024. When you add citrus oil, squash, fresh fruit, and so on, it actually came up to just under $40 million. But perhaps one of the leading lights in the agricultural sector was in the coconut industry, where there have been massive investments by the private sector, where I believe we have approximately 5,000 acres or heading to 5,000 acres of coconut. We exported, Madam President, $2 million in coconut water in 2024 to Jamaica, and it is expected that this will triple in the year to come. 40 containers with 1 million coconuts was exported to the United States and Guatemala. And through the sustained leadership of the Ministry of Agriculture, the Ministry of Foreign Trade, we can now say that we have earned access to the Mexican market for green coconuts with and without husks, and full access to the US market for huskless green coconuts. And so in this fiscal year, we intend and expect that there will be exports of coconut to the United States of America. Madam President, I highlight these things because the naysayers, the prophets of doom, and the false narrative will want the Belizean people to believe that the sky is falling. The facts are important, and facts don't lie, and so the record must reflect the impressive performance. You will recall, I am sure, Madam President, when out of spite, malice, and ignorance, the former government stopped the export of cattle out of Belize. One of the most idiotic decisions ever. Stupidity on stilts to stop exports out of this country when there was a demand for cattle. Well, the people spoke in November 2020, and the first thing that the government did was open the gates for the export of cattle. And today, Madam President, we can say that in 2023, the exports were $77 million. In 2024, $87.5 million were earned from the export of cattle. Between 4,000 and 6,000 head of cattle have been exported to Mexico annually, Madam President, and it is shortly expected to reach about 10,000 head. A further 35,000 head are projected for Guatemala, which will be similar to last year's figure. All in all, the industry is now contributing approximately $80 million in exports. That said, Madam President, the reality is that for varying reasons, the primary sector contracted by 2.5%. This was offset by growth in the secondary sector of 5.7%, fueled by strong electricity generation and construction activities. Again, a stubborn fact, a fact that the other side does not want to accept. 2024, the unemployment rate in Belize, 2.1%. They have no calculator on that side that could compute that. Never ever under their government has that figure or anything near to it has been achieved. 2.1%, Madam President. What is it saying? It is saying that Plan Belize work and Plan Belize 2.0 that builds on this successful track record means that we're there on track and we're there on the right track, regardless of what you will hear in a short while. We have to, Madam President. So, no, man, I just talk to him. I predict what you say, the doctor. Madam President, as I foreshadowed a short while ago, we have to be flexible. We have to be able to navigate and negotiate what is happening around us. The Ministry of Foreign Affairs and Foreign Trade, under the leadership of the Honorable Francis Fonseca, has, and Minister of State Leal, have a responsibility and a critical role to play to ensure that our national interests are served. Firstly, with respect to our territorial integrity and sovereignty. This year, Madam President, we expect, we don't know for certain, we expect sometime this year we will be notified of the date for the hearing of our cases at the ICJ, which will cause us to spend significant funds in order to ensure that we have and continue to have the best representation in order for us to have success in both cases, the case with Guatemala, the case with Honduras. But beyond that, Madam President, beyond that, the ministry is engaged actively in pushing the trade agenda. We know, Madam President, that cooperation agreements and negotiations continue with El Salvador, with Mexico, Taiwan, and the European Union. Markets are being opened in El Salvador, Madam President, in order to generate more exports from Belize on more, or I put it this way, on better terms, guaranteed access at lower tariff rates. That discussion is well advanced, Madam President, but not only there, the PSA with Guatemala is also well advanced, and it is critical to us as we look for export markets to try to use those markets that are available to us next door. And therefore, a concentrated effort is being made to conclude those negotiations and hopefully this year to kickstart negotiations with Honduras for either a partial scope agreement or some other economic cooperation agreement. All of this, Madam President, is necessary because I have already described the significant investment that is going into agriculture, and those farmers who wake up early in the morning and who go to their fields need export markets. And that responsibility, that effort is being led by the Ministry of Foreign Affairs and Foreign Trade under the stewardship of Minister Fonseca and Minister Leal. Our partnership, Madam President, is critical in this area, and I go back to the European Union, which we approved the agreements with the Benelux countries. And we referred already in some detail, so I won't repeat it, to the need for the Schengen waiver. Why is the Schengen waiver necessary? Senator Pitts quite rightly raised it in the context of students, and that was a part of the discussion we were having with Senator Herrera a short while ago, that as challenges emerge up north for students, we need other opportunities for Belizean students where they can be easily facilitated with getting visas for education purposes. But beyond that, we export to Europe, we import from Europe, and our business people need to move freely in order to expand our trade relations. Not only students, not only business people, but also tourists. They come into Belize without Europeans without a visa. And so we say it should be reciprocal for Belizeans who want to visit European countries. The best argument that we have is that we have always had and continue to have visa-free access to the United Kingdom, even when the United Kingdom was a member of the European Union, and there was no flow, legal or illegal, migration to the European Union, to Europe, to the United Kingdom to enter Europe. So, Madam President, the point of the matter is that the relations between the European Union and Belize, both in cooperation and development assistance, is critical, as well as ensuring that our diplomatic relations are deepened. And again, I want to pay tribute to the Ministry of Foreign Affairs, Foreign Trade in that regard. Madam President, where are we? CARICOM remains a critical market for Belize. We have consistently had a trade surplus with CARICOM member states. The opportunities for export of agricultural products and agriculture-related products continue to be excellent, and we need to continue, for example, right now getting the approval of CARICOM to conclude the negotiation with El Salvador to approve that agreement. Will be the same with Guatemala, etc. The CARICOM market we have secured for sugar. We are now exporting coconut water and other products, and the point of the matter is that there are opportunities for soybeans, for example, soybean oil, to go into CARICOM. So, Madam President, the fact of the matter is that not only has the agricultural sector been robust, the business processing, outsourcing sector been robust, the tourism sector been robust, all around construction, energy generation, etc., have all been booming in the past year. And therefore, this budget that we present, Madam President, takes as a given positive economic growth, continued positive economic growth in the context of a challenging international economic environment. What is it that government has looked to in terms of its performance? Very quickly, total revenue in the last fiscal year, Madam President, $1.646 billion, 98% of which was recurrent revenue. 92% of that was tax revenue, Madam President. What were the capital inflows? A mere $8.1 million from Crown lands. 9.2%, or $136 million, was the excess of what was projected in the estimates for 24-25. We exceeded it by $136 million. On the expenditure side, the total spending, $1.664 billion, 3.7% higher than was approved by the budget. And of that, Madam President, the recurrent spending total $1.226 billion. Capital spending $438 million. Because I anticipate this to feature heavily, the record must reflect that of the government's workforce of approximately 15,000, including public officers and teachers, expenditure was $503 million, with an additional $132 million on pensions and ex gratia payments. Let me repeat that, Madam President. $503 million is wage bill, an additional $132 million spent on pensions and ex gratia payments. Madam President, I want to be clear. I will not engage in any debate about the negotiations that are ongoing. The Senate floor is not the place to have that debate. Those negotiations are continuing. They are continuing. The government believes in good faith. The government is confident that an agreement will be reached, and nothing will be said on this side, on this bench, that will jeopardize those discussions. Nothing. Madam President, the overall upshot of government's performance in the last fiscal year is that the primary surplus was 1.48% of GDP, beating the projected 0.46%, and the overall deficit of 0.26 beat the target of 1.3%. (2025-2026) budget, Madam President. The government proposes revenues and grants of $1.74 billion. It is projected that that will be a 6% increase, $1.74 billion. On the expenditure side, the expenditure is $1.782 billion. Total, $1.253 will be recurrent, and $528 million on capital investments. That capital expenditure, Madam President, is a 30% increase. Investing in Belize. We believe, Madam President, that with prudent government management of spending, we expect a primary surplus to rise to 1.52% of GDP. The overall budget deficit is expected to be $4.16 million, which when added to the $126 million in amortization payments, we have a total financing of $167 million, 2% of 2025 GDP. This year we will appropriate a record $336 million to our Capital 2 budget, or $184.9 million to Capital 3. This Capital 2 and Capital 3 investment, Madam President, is going to be primarily to fund our ambitious social programs and ambitious infrastructure programs. Madam President, colleague senators, the fact of the matter is we're up on track. We're up on the right track because we are moving forward. The budget presented to the Senate today demonstrates continued prudent management by the government of the people's resources, and I commend it to my colleague senators for their consideration. Thank you, Madam President.
I recognize Senator Patrick Fobb.
You have 75 minutes. Madam President, I rise to give my views on this budget presentation for the fiscal year 2025-2026 that the government presented, Madam Speaker, under the theme From Promises to Performance. Madam Speaker, with your permission, I will refer to my notes, and I think that will...
Madam President will
Madam President, sorry.
allow you to refer to your notes.
22 years, Madam Speaker. It will take me a bit. I'll try my best. Madam Speaker, I rise this afternoon. Madam President, and you're right in front of me in writing, man. Madam President, I rise this afternoon to speak not only as the lead senator of the opposition, but as a voice of those across our nation who struggles have been drowned out by self-congratulatory fanfare of this budget. We listened to 3 days of it earlier this week. The Prime Minister called it, Madam President, from promises to performance. But, Madam President, from where we sit on the ground, the reality is different. For too many Belizeans, this budget should be called what it truly is, from spin to struggle. Because while the government spins a tale of surpluses and successes, the Belizean people continue to face daily struggle. Daily struggle, Madam President, to feed their families. Daily struggle to find decent paying jobs. Daily struggle to access proper health care. Daily struggle to provide education for their children. Daily struggle to live with dignity in their own country. Madam Speaker, my friend and colleague, Senator Courtney, spoke at great length. How long was it, Senator? You said? It's hard to do math. I've done a lot of math. 50 minutes. And he spoke about some of the global, regional, and domestic conditions that will affect the fiscal year that we approach. In particular, Madam Speaker, he spoke about the tariffs. And he spoke about the declining grants. He spoke about the shifting trade relations. But, Madam Speaker, I waited to hear what it is that he would have recommended. I waited to hear as well what the Prime Minister would have recommended last week or 2 weeks when he presented. I think it was on May 12th when he read the presentation. I waited to hear what is it that they would have done, what is it that they would have recommended. In fact, I waited to hear the Minister of Foreign Affairs, which he just gave a heap of praise. I waited to hear what they would have done when Mr. Trump announced these tariffs to be heaped on Belize and the rest of the world. And I am still waiting, Madam President, to hear what it is Belize will do. A little bit later on in this presentation, and I'm going to have trouble with the time, so I'll try to be quick. In fact, if I stick to the script, it would probably be better, Madam President, but because I'll be sure to get through. But later on, we will hear about the MCC grant, where $250 million, Mr. Trump said, you can't get that anymore. And then Belize finds itself in a quandary. And that is only previews of coming attraction. What will Belize do when these things happen? What is the plan? They have no plan. And then he goes further and talks about hurricanes. We are starting the hurricane season tomorrow, so when these things happen, what's the plan? I waited. Oh, that's Sunday, yeah. The first? June to November, we should know. The Prime Minister, Madam President, boasts 8.2% GDP growth. And as I said earlier this morning, that's not really what the GDP, well, it is the GDP growth, but it is based on the rebased calculation of GDP. So the Prime Minister there boasts. I don't mean so, the IMF so. When in fact, if you had calculated this GDP based on what it was in 2020, you would see that growth was far lower. It would have been something around 5%. Correct me if I'm wrong, Senator Cowie, when you get up. And then for these successive years after 2022 to now, you boast about growth. But sir, if you were at the bottom of the barrel after COVID, if you are at the lowest of the low after COVID, and I listen as you talk about how bad things were, my goodness, everything was bad during COVID. Of course the economy was bad after COVID, or during COVID. Wasn't rocket science. So for you to come and talk about how bad things were in 2020, you are no genius. And then for you to proclaim that, wow, we really rebounded things. Of course, when you're at the bottom of the barrel, there's only one way to go. So when you now proclaim that there is wonderful, tremendous growth, there's only one way to go. Things would have eventually rebounded after COVID. So congratulations. This figure also, Madam Speaker, this 8.2% GDP growth, does not take into consideration that there is a contraction of the primary sector. There is instability in the manufacturing base. There is still a tremendous amount of rural underemployment. The government applauds job creation but doesn't address the fact that many of these jobs are part-time, they are low wage, they are informal. Madam President, the budget uses national figures to mask local suffering. The real beliefs exist beyond the statistics, and it is crying out, Madam President, for meaningful change. Let's look at the debt and the deficits. I hinted that we would go there earlier, Madam President. Government is patting itself on the back. It's reduced the debt to GDP ratio. They proudly declare that Belize's debt to GDP ratio has been cut in half from 133% in 2020 to 61% in 2025. And on paper, this sounds good, it's impressive. But let us look beyond the slogans and into the substance, Madam President, because what we will find is no fiscal miracle, no magic, nothing done by the wizards in the Ministry of Finance. What did they refer to my friend one time? A czar. It's a manufactured illusion, Madam President. In November 2020, when the PUP took office, Belize's national debt was, as we've said already today, $4.65 billion, with the debt to GDP ratio being 133%. Verified by the IMF today, the debt is still an eye-watering $4.41 billion. This is a mere $240 million reduction after nearly 5 years. We said that earlier in the previous debates, Madam Speaker, and I asked the question, but one of the things that my friend Senator Cowie has not addressed, because he said, yeah, the debt more or less, they're about the same level, 240 million lower in fact. But what he has not addressed is the fact that they boasted that they got such tremendous debt relief. Tell us, please tell us what went on, how much, tell us, give us a figure. By my estimates, from what I've seen, you got at least 500, minimum 500, could be as high as $600 million when you claim you solved the super bond issue with the blue bond. $500 million, minimum, that's the figure that I will use. And then the Venezuelan debt could have been anywhere between $250 million to $330 million by the estimates that I have seen. So all in all, you could have gotten up to $800 million in debt relief over the 5 years that you have been in office. But yet, the debt still there in terms of dollar figure around the same area? Madam President, something isn't right, and I'm showing this because it only proves the fact that this is a borrowing government, $500 million. I would wish that Senator Cowie gives us, because he hasn't addressed that. He selectively picks what he wants to answer. Tell us how much money we saved, if that is what it is, from the blue, when we switched to the blue bond. Something that they take credit for, and I think he can honestly say, because the Prime Minister is not very honest when he makes the claim that it was the PUP. Senator Cowie can be more comfortable telling us that he had been advised by his other colleague, who was also Dean Nazar, Dr. Carla Barnett, who is now our Secretary General to CARICOM, who had hinted to him that this blue bond was to come to fruition and that it was in the pipeline, and that the Prime Minister, that this was in the pipeline for almost 2 years before the PUP come to power. We don't like take credit for things what enough for, no? But anyway, tell us what was the benefit of that? How much did you save? And tell us how much did you save off the Venezuelan break that you got. But as I said this morning, if you look at what the break was that you, or what the debt to GDP ratio was in 2020 versus what it is today, the big break came from the fact that you recalculated it on a new basis, and it is not something new that you've done. I listened as my friend Senator Courtney spoke about the poverty figures. Madam Speaker, this is what they do. 2 years ago, the Prime Minister did the very same thing in the House of Representatives. They recalculated how you come up with poverty figures, and the number of people who are in poverty automatically dropped, and he said, bam! The PUP is responsible for now all of these people coming out of poverty. How? And they did absolutely nothing to help people get out of poverty, but all because they decided to, the Statistical Institute of Belize used a different method of calculation. These people were shifted from one category to the other. The PUP take credit for that. They took credit for that. Bam, they did that. Senator Cowie asked me about borrowing under the UDP. And I don't have a problem being a historian, I'll tell you. I have an associate degree in history. Senator Chanona will tell you that that was my major in sixth form, where we studied together. She will tell you I was. She was a good student too. Don't have a problem with history. The what was it you said, from 1.7 billion, where you left it in 2008, to 4.6 billion. So you said it 2.2 billion worth of debt. Included in that was the Petro-Carib debt, and you need to stop. You need to stop. You go around talking about Petro-Carib as if the UDP administration did nothing with the Petro-Carib money, that they just squandered it. You like to talk about Pibil and Tacos, yes? Well, let me tell you. Yeah. In fact, you know that the Petro-Carib monies, how are they on time? You know, you have to help me keep time, you know.
Tighten up.
Tell me how much time I got, Sheena. Petro-Carib Comandante Hugo Chavez when he instituted that thing, made very clear that you have to spend it on social programs, you know. You were the foreign minister when it started? No? Because it started under the PUP, but you did not execute. You didn't take advantage of it. But anyhow, it was supposed to be spent on social programs. I don't have time to go through all of it. I passed by the Civic Center 2 days ago, and I watched as SJC had a massive graduation in the Civic Center. You know how the Civic Center got there? Petro-Carib money. Every single major sporting complex in this country, Petro-Carib money. You all need to stop talking nonsense. But let me give you a little tidbit more. In fact, let me go through them. If you go to Benque Viejo, there's a stadium there. If you go to Cayo, San Ignacio, there's a stadium there. If you go to Falcon Field, Petro-Carib money. If you go to Isidora Beaton right here where the artificial turf is, Petro-Carib money. If you go to San Pedro, there's an artificial turf football field there, Petro-Carib money. If you go to Dangriga, the ecumenical auditorium, $100,000 from that, Petro-Carib money. If you go to PG, the auditorium there, Senator Arana, Petro-Carib money. You want to know what Petro-Carib money was spent on? But there are lots of other things that Petro-Carib money was spent on.
You're good.
How much time?
You're good.
Tell me the time, man. I want to know the time.
You're only not even 2 minutes. You continue from last time. You're good.
But what time you give me the last time?
Only 17 minutes. You're
All right, good. $20 million of that Petro-Carib money was put into the National Bank. Nobody talks about that. You behave like it was squandered. In fact, it's not 20 million, $30 million. New infrastructure, Lake Independence Boulevard was built with Petro-Carib money. Chetomal Street. You know where Lake Independence Boulevard is? Ask Cordell, he'll tell you. $2 million were spent on minor streets in Belize City, and in fact, your mayor in Belize City continues to enjoy the amount of cemented streets in Belize City. No, we don't have to pave any streets in Belize City. Street upgrades in the main towns. Corozal received streets, Orange Walk Highway through the town. $4 million, Orange Walk San Antonio Road. $2 million, Belmopan. The roundabout right here in Belmopan, Petro-Carib money. Oh, yes. Well, given the way how the PUP does mathematics, I'm sure. Social support assistance. Christmas share and your mothers. Listen how much they spend per Mother's Day, which is where you talk about tacos and pibil. 0.9. No, they talk about it all the time, and you can't get enough to talk about it. 0.9 million. Anyway, make a rest that. The Prime Minister highlights a primary surplus, Madam Speaker, and improved revenue collection. But from spin to struggle, recurrent spending continues to grow without reforms in the public service efficiency. Almost 60% of recurrent expenditure still goes to salary and pensions. That is not fiscal prudence, Madam Speaker. It's fiscal inertia. And despite increased capital allocations, executions remain low in areas that truly matter: education, rural infrastructure, and healthcare delivery. Delays is what we have, deficiencies is what we have, disappointments is what we have. On the healthcare side, Madam Speaker, the government speaks of investing in hospitals and of expanding NHI. Let us not be distracted by the fanfare, Madam Speaker, of NHI. It's a hustle. NHI under the PUP is a hustle. They are now rolling out NHI to carry out $50 million. Let me break it down for you in simple language, Madam Speaker. You see, NHI is not a bad idea in concept, but everything...
A reminder,
Madam President, sorry. NHI in concept is not a bad idea. But what the PUP does, Madam Speaker, is take the money and instead of giving it to the public hospitals or public clinics and have them use the money to best provide the primary care that's needed and then beef up whatever needs to be beefed up by paying private entities, they don't do that. What they do is they bypass the public sector and they give all the monies to private entities, private cronies, to help them get fat, to help them get rich. That is the PUP way, and that is what they're doing. That is what they've done. This is a kind of retirement plan, for the boys. They've been known to do that. They're talking about internet for schools now. It reminds me of their initial internet for schools plan back in the early 2000s in telco. I could take you down that road again if we want to study history again. Let me move on to education, Madam Speaker. They talk about free education. If you want to know about free education, you could ask me. Because it was only under the UDP administration that any attempt at free education has ever been made. Pupils have never been interested. No, your $3 a day to feed a child, that's bogus. And the truth of the matter is that what you're doing is not working. I listened as the minister pounded his chest and boasted basically that what they put into effect to have children who are 16 years of age be the mandatory school age, that's the age they have to go to school, Senator Aranda. And Aranda, I know that you're a teacher. Mandatory school age at 16. That's not the reality of what is happening on the ground. And I warned them when that piece of legislation came. It is a talk show. Children who are 16 years of age, 14 years of age, 15 years of age are still roaming the street. And the reason that is happening, Madam President, is because the government has no way of enforcing it. So for you to now get up in the House, and those of you who will get up in the Senate and say that this is a success and these children are in school, the minister actually said that they are prepared to put extra schools, extra teachers, extra classrooms. That's nonsense. And you know how I know it's nonsense? Because the UDP administration did it. We did it down south. When we put in place the $300 subsidy, you want to know how to do it, you check with me. We put in place the $300 subsidy, and the students from Stan Creek and Toledo, Senator Rana can attest, I am sure, the students who are graduating from primary school, transitioning to high school, that's how you get 14 and 15 to continue. They were overwhelmingly trying to get into high school, and the teachers from Julian Cho, the teachers from Toledo Technical High School, the teachers from Georgetown, the teachers from Independence, the teachers from Ecumenical, the teachers from Delil Academy, all came, the administration all came and said, we cannot get the children in. Can you help us with additional classrooms? Can you help us with additional teachers? That's how you know additional children are going to school. That's how you know the 14 and the 15-year-olds are going into school. That's how you know that the additional monies are being there, that they're going to school. How can you talk and say free education? I know my friend Senator Coy knows well about the Delil Academy. School finance reform, I know he knows well about school finance reform, and he knows well what to do in order to have schools have the resources to take care of students who need. What we need in schools is equity. equity in the distribution of the resources, not this blanket statement on free education, give everybody the same thing. It's going to fail. And what you're doing in education is failing because you have no idea what level the students are at, because you do no testing, you took away the PSC, you took away the CXC, you have no clue since COVID what the children are going through. You allowed one man who was at UB, confused UB, Ghana Galen, confused Galen, Ghana, the Ministry of Education, confused everybody there. Nobody had the confidence in him to be the minister. And then the man want to put the no, what's so confused when they ask him anything, he don't know. Never know anything. Let me shift my focus when I'm speaking to Bolido. I'm going to talk a lot about Bolido. And you have said everything about Bolido. But you know what? I've always said, Madam President, the devil is in the details. So you boast, you pat your chest, you do all that $17 million profits on Bolido. And you've said that this $17 million will go to NHI. Well, I don't tell you what is the deal with NHI with this set. They will make sure that the monies go to NHI. They will make sure that their cronies are the ones set up in the private sector to get the contracts. So if that the Bolido money they go into that, good Lord help us.
Madam President, on a point of order, I've heard the Honorable Senator Farber continuously impute improper motives on members of the House of Representatives. And I think it is proper that he be reminded that he is in the upper house. The debate here is sober, Madam President, not politically oriented. It's on facts, Madam President.
Madam President, may I reclaim my time that he just wasted? Madam, okay. Do I need to? Because it bothers me, Madam President. These things bother me. It is factual, Senator Guerra, that what happens with NHI is that they put the monies to private entities. When I see different, when I see that the government actually sends the money to the public. Look, right there in Belize City. You see them, they give the money to Cleopatra White? No, they give it to Medical Associates, then open a new clinic downstairs of Bishop Memorial Center. Why they never give the money to Cleopatra White? I'm not imputing any bad motives. I'm telling you the facts. It is a hustle because it is being put into the hands of private entities when it can be put into the public sector. All right, let's do that. Let's call it a scheme. That's not social justice. How in the world can that be social justice?
Senator, I remind you, senators, kindly be reminded of Standing Order 40, that we are to maintain silence.
Madam Speaker, Madam Chair, am I allowed to reclaim this time?
Senator Farber, you may continue, and I'm reminding you have 20 minutes.
Thank you, Madam President. 20 minutes and you want me to wind up? The other thing that they said they will spend the Bolido money on is, well, they said you put it in the charities fund. I wanted to ask that question, but I said I'll wait. So I didn't say anything on the charities fund. But the other thing that you said you would spend the money on, sports program, but you not tell me how much. You know, tell us what goes where. Is it a secret? Can somebody tell us? Because the devil is in the details when it comes to the PUP administration. And forgive me again, Senator Guerra, but if you want me to go into the historical context of these things, you see, I listened earlier this week when the Minister of Transport chided the leader of the opposition and the members of the opposition about the new transport system and said that she was being, like you, casting aspersions. But it is because this country has been burnt by actions of the PUP before. Actions of the PUP administration that has seen this country out millions and millions and millions of dollars. They don't like to hear the historical aspect of things, but it is the truth. The MCC monies prove the point again, Madam President, that we ought not be reliant on foreign monies and foreign grants. We need to be able to find monies from other sources. I watched Senator Herrera, one of the old debates that you did for the budget, maybe a year or 2 years ago, where you complained about what was being estimated to be collected in land tax. And it's the same every year. And I remember when the honorable member, sorry for Lake Independence from the House, became the lands minister on Plan Belize, the original Plan Belize. I remember him getting up and making a whole big speech in the House of Representatives about how he was going to go and collect all of that land tax. A whole big fiery speech. You remember, Senator Castillo, you nodding your head. Nothing has been done. I was shocked when at the end of the speech you said you support the budget, though, Senator Herrera. You supported it when all of this happened. So I hope you said that up to $100 million could be collected annually. And again, we see in this budget nothing near to that being collected or being sought to be collected. I will wrap up with two things that my friend spoke about. How much time I have? You said, I think Madam President said I got more. Oh, okay. Two things that that my friend Senator Courtney spoke about. You spoke about cattle, and I'll take some of what Senator Guerra said, and I'll be careful. But what you said was just the furthest thing away from the truth. The UDP, sir, on September, what is the date? September 1st, 2020. Can you tell me who was in government then? You can't remember. You can't recall. Nightmare. It was the UDP that was in government. It was the UDP that signed the agreement with Sukarne, sir, to export cattle legally. And you, sir, sorry, Madam President, let me direct my comments to Madam President. You will know, Madam President, that the government cannot support illegal trade. So I am shocked that he will insist that the UDP administration, that the government should have continued an illegal trade that was being carried out at the time. What the UDP administration said is that we cannot do that illegal trade, which was done, which was being carried out. Let us try to find a legal way to do it. And the UDP pursued that under Godwin House. I think he's a relative, Honorable Herrera. And he did that. He pursued it relentlessly and got it achieved. And it was so You come like that the PUP did something to rescue it. It was already done September, October, November. So when the PUP came in, yes, table set, pull out chair, eat food. And the other thing you spoke about was sugar. You clearly don't have any love for the people in the sugar industry. I'm amazed. Politics means more to you than that. Politics means so much to you that you can't even keep sugar under the agriculture minister. You have to move him, and you have to put it under the prime minister. Yeah? Because you have to preserve things with BSI, ASR. That's the reality. You have to kiss up to the master because you care more about that relationship than the relationship with the cane farmers. That's the reality. The other reality is what is on the ground with the sugar roads. I don't see anything, correct me if I'm wrong, I don't see anything in here with the sugar roads. In summary, Madam Speaker, the 2025-2026 budget is not the transformative instrument it claims to be. It lacks strategic investment in key sectors, it fails to deliver on social equity, and it ignores the principles of transparency and fiscal responsibility. It is a budget of headlines without substance, promises without delivery, and the opposition urges the government to realign its priorities with the real needs of the Belizean people. Madam President, we urge the government to shift from a model of political showmanship to one of people-centered governance, and to ensure that every dollar spent delivers tangible, measurable improvements in the lives of all Belizeans. Only then, Madam President, can we truly say that we are moving from promise to performance. And as long as that truth remains, this opposition will not be silent. We will stand firm, we will ask the hard questions, and we will work toward a Belize where substance, not spin, guides our governance. Because Belize deserves better. I thank you, Madam President.
Still have extra time.
I recognize Senator Kevin Herrera.
Thank you, Madam President. Madam President, if you'll allow me, I'd like to refer to my notes during this presentation. As well, Madam President, to try to cut down on confusion, rather than referring to a fiscal year as 2024-2025, I'll just say 2024, but referring to the same thing. I rise to make my presentation on the 2025 Appropriations Bill, which is also referred to as the budget of the government, Madam President. As you know, the budget is a very important exercise, one that is done every year. It is an event where the government presents its priority areas for spending over next year. This event is marked with much fanfare and chest thumping. Madam President, and to be fair, and we need to be fair to the current administration, the 2024 fiscal performance was remarkable in several ways, and I think that we need to say that. For example, while the economy grew by 8.2%, the revenues grew by 13% when compared to the previous year in terms of actual outturn. In that year, revenues increased from 1.46 billion to 1.64 billion during the past year. There was more good news. While the revenues grew by 13%, the expenditures only grew by 2%. Expenditures were 1.63 billion in 2023-2024, financial year to 1.64 billion in 2024-2025. That, I believe, from a fiscal standpoint, was remarkable and demonstrates quite a bit of fiscal discipline, especially given that it was an election year and a time where fiscal discipline is normally thrown out of the door. We will get into these numbers a little more down the road in my presentation, Madam President, but as well, I think that there was also another area that I think was very commendable, and that was in keeping inflation at around 3%, given the dynamics of what was happening in the global economy. We have the US policies that are a lot less than stable, and you have the environment in Europe that again is much less than stable. And so I think that keeping inflation down during that time, Madam President, was another big achievement. But if we were to be real, Madam President, we would also realize that at the overall level, there's still a lot to be desired. Even as we're presenting a new budget today, the last audited government accounts was 2014. That is 9 years behind. So, Madam President, if we average that each one of those years, if we average the spending of each one of those years at 1.2 billion, it would mean that we have $10.8 billion out there that is generally without accounting, and that there are no accounts for. The accounting for government and the responsibility for this lies with the government, and in particular, the Ministry of Finance. This is the Prime Minister's ministry, and so he bears responsibility for this. There cannot be any audits unless accounts are presented, and we know that the accounts are not being presented. It's 9 years late. This continues, Madam President, to be a major violation of the Finance and Audit Reform Act, which requires yearly and timely audits. So every year, there are no audits submitted. Every year, there are no accounts submitted. It continues to violate what we fought so hard for in 2005. When we did the Finance and Audit Reform Act, along with the unions, along with civil society, along with the then current administration. I remember Mr. Godfrey Smith was then the Attorney General and had actually gone through that entire process with us. It was an amazing piece of legislation. It was very, very democratic in terms of how it was crafted. Madam President, I want to touch now on the revenues. Allow me to get a little bit more into the numbers. First, on the revenue side, we budgeted 1.15 billion in total revenues and earned a projected outturn of 1.64 billion, which was an overperformance of $127 million or 8%. I don't have any major issues with the revenue side, except that I still believe that because of the weak tax administration, taxes are massively underperforming. I believe these revenue projections that are done around budget time are based on false baselines. I will give you an example, Madam President. Land taxes. Senator Koi recently informed us that after checking internally that the potential for the land tax is not 100 million, it's at 60 million. We were led to believe that it was around 100, but even so, $60 million is a lot of money, Madam President. We can collect around $60 million each year in land taxes. And yet, how much have we collected? How much are we collecting? In this past fiscal year, Madam President, we collected $6.7 million. This is saying that there's $53.3 million in land taxes that are uncollected. This has been going on for decades. This, Madam President, is a very low-hanging fruit. This is something that we should be able to do a better job on. But what I believe is happening, Madam President, is it's really the creation of a speculator's paradise. This is what I believe is happening. There is not the political will to do it. The politically connected, like what we saw in the Senate investigation, use their positions to grab huge parcels of land, sit on it until they can get a sale. During the time they're holding it, no taxes are paid because there are no enforcement of the land taxes. Madam President, I believe that this is one of the biggest scams that are happening in this country. And it gets a lot worse, Madam President, and I will get into it from the expense side of it when I get into the expense part of my presentation. But this is certainly an area, Madam President, I believe that can be fixed, or we can do a lot better job than we're doing. $6.7 million collected and a potential $60 million is really nothing that we should applaud ourselves for. Madam President, from all the reports I've gotten, there's still a lot of leakages linked to undervaluation of goods coming in, and just the same on the frontier of GST collections. The need to improve in these areas will improve our primary surplus and reduce our need to borrow for budgetary support, which is really what we want to strive towards. I think Senator Faber spoke a little about earlier about the loan situation, and we could go back and forth about was at 130%, now 61% of GDP in terms of the national debt. But the truth is, Madam President, if we don't have to borrow, why borrow? And if we could improve the collections in these areas, it will reduce our the need for us to continue to borrow for budgetary support. This money can be pumped into further social programs like what the leader of government business, Senator Courtney, mentioned, which, again, that's really where we want to go. We want to continue to fund education. We want to continue to prepare the next generation of Belizeans. We want to continue to empower them to continue the work of nation building. But if we continue to borrow, we continue to dig a hole, Madam President, and at some point, the debt will balloon again. Now, I know that the current administration has pushed to a large extent to borrow from multilaterals at much more favorable terms, and I think that's certainly something that should be commended. But again, if we can reduce the amount of borrowing, Madam President, I think we're on the right path. Now, on the expenditure side, Madam President, I think this is the bulk of my presentation. The recurrent expenditures were very much in line with what was budgeted the previous year, and overall we budgeted 1.174 billion and we spent 1.225 billion, which is a difference of $51 million, or a variance of 4%. Again, right in there, not much to quarrel with respect to the expenditure side. Like I said, I think that in the previous year, we exercised quite a bit of fiscal discipline in terms of not having these numbers out of whack. The capital tool allocations were 276.8 million budgeted, and 344.3 million was spent. This represented an overspend of 67.4 million, or 24%. So that one went over quite a bit. And then the capital 3 budget, we budgeted 146.6 million and we spent 85.1 million. This represents an underspending of 41% under the capital 3 projects. A couple of general observations, Madam President, before I get into some of the specific numbers. On the matter of emoluments and pensions, the government spent $698 million towards these categories. This represents 39% of total expenditures. In the current budget that we're getting into, we have those two expense categories at $710 million, and so we continue to see that emoluments and pensions continue to grow. And many will argue that they are right now at unsustainable levels. But they continue to grow. And Madam President, there's probably good reason why we're seeing that, or there are reasons why we're seeing that. I could be a little more sympathetic to the government, but when I look closely at these numbers, Madam President, it's difficult not to recognize that this is self-afflicted. And I'll give you an example. In the year 2022/2023, there was a total of 13,192 government employees. In 2024, that number had climbed to 14,927 employees, or an additional 1,735 persons. Now, if we take the president of the PSU's calculation, when he said that the average public servant earns, I believe he said $24,000 per year, then that is saying, Madam President, that in 3 years, the government has increased the payroll by $41 million. Now, what we are seeing here, Madam President, is there's really a choking out with this type of hypergrowth in employment in the public sector. We're seeing a choking out of our ability to fund many of the other programs, and it continues to grow every year. But, Madam President, there's something that doesn't make sense to me, and I'll explain to you why. If you look back, and I went back to 2021, I believe. 2020. There were 16,738 government employees in 2020. And I'm going by the numbers presented in the draft estimates. And then in 2022, there are 13,192 government employees. That's a difference. That's a reduction of 3,546 persons. I don't recall at any time that there was a mass reduction in staff to that extent. But those are numbers I picked up, and so I just thought I'd just mention it. As mentioned earlier in my presentation, Madam President, I want to talk about the expense side of lands. In 2024, $36.7 million was budgeted, while $46 million was spent, which was an overrun of around $10 million. In that $36 million, Madam President, so $36 million, around $22 million was budgeted for land acquisition. I believe, so I suspect that $32 million was what was actually spent on land acquisition in 2024. And I believe that is the reason for the overrun. 32 million. And this is an area that continues to be in front of us, Madam President. Some would even refer to it as that this is a hustle. The well-connected get title for prize properties. These titles are given out as double titles under the pretense of a mistake. The government then gets involved and compensate those persons at market rate. In the final analysis, Madam President, the government and citizens get a double whammy. Because first, you have the transfer of the land, and then you have to start compensating the persons who got these properties. Again, I think that, Madam President, if we're supposed to fix many of the areas, there's so much that needs. We talk about social programs. Why do we talk about social programs? Because there are many who live among us who are struggling. And so we want to make sure that it doesn't matter what the economic circumstances of young people's parents are, that they're able to get a good quality education, because that's the only way we'll develop this country. That's the only way we'll continue to go forward. That's the only way we'll be able to prepare the next generation. Similarly, you should not be limited in terms of your access to adequate health care because of your economic circumstances. But if we continue to not manage our resources properly, if we continue on some of the things that we've seen over the past decades, it really reduces our ability to address these critical areas. I wanted to know, Madam President, I just want to get into a few of the budget categories that I feel warrants some type of discussion. Under the Office of the Prime Minister, Madam President, there was a budget of $35 million, and then $47 million was spent. That's an overspend of $12 million, or 34%. Now, under the Office of the Prime Minister, Madam President, it almost seems like this is I wouldn't want to call it a miscellaneous fund, but it seems like it's like a general fund. And so monies are put in there, and all types of expenditures are incorporated into that. And then under the Ministry of Finance, Madam President, there's a $415 million was budgeted, and there was a expenditure of $430 million, which was around $15 million overspent, Madam President, which represents a 4%. Again, not a very huge in terms of the percentage, but one of the overruns. And then under the Ministry of Natural Resources and Petroleum, Madam President, there was a budgeted of $36 million, and then $46 million was spent. And this was where I'm saying that there was around $9-10 million overrun. And if you look at it, Madam President, the recurrent, the spending on the recurrent was a little less than what was budgeted, but where the overrun was is in the capital 2, from $25 million to $35 million. And that's why I suggested that I believe that that extra $10 million went into land acquisition. And the overall was, of course, a 26% budget overrun. And then in the Ministry of Infrastructure, Development and Housing, Madam President, I don't have much quarrel with this one. There was actually an underspend in this there was a budgeted 174 and there was a $157 million spent, which was below what was budgeted, but I imagine that that's tied to some of the grants and some of the loan agreements, and sometimes these things take some time to be processed, and so you could see delays in those areas. Madam President, under the Ministry of Home Affairs and New Growth Industries, there was a budgeted of $111 million, and then there was a spend of $127 million. Now, the number of employees, Madam President, so we have a $15 million overspend in terms of what was budgeted. But then if you look at the number of employees in that ministry, Madam President, it's 1,900 persons. And then in the budgeted this year, there's 2,416. But if you had a budget overrun of $15 million, how can you then go back and budget out just $115 million in this ministry? To me, it doesn't make much. It doesn't. It's really not. It's becoming it's a little difficult for me to reconcile in my mind, because you're looking at almost 400 extra employees in this ministry. So under the recurrent, there's $119 million spent, and then now we're budgeting 109, but you're adding on over 400 persons in that ministry, and so it doesn't make a whole lot. It's just not making much sense to me. And the capital 2 is relatively straightforward, but under recurrent, it doesn't seem realistic. And similarly, Madam President, for the Ministry of National Defense, there was an overrun of $17 million. There was $74 million budgeted, and there was $93 million spent. The employees seem to be stable at 1,838. But then if you spend $93 million, how will you then now spend in the new budget $81 million for the same number of persons. So perhaps, Madam President, we could look at brushing up on some of those areas. I mean, perhaps there's a logical explanation for it, but when I was looking at the numbers and crunching the numbers, it just wasn't adding up to me. Madam President, I want to wrap up my presentation by saying that generally we stand at a crossroads. We can continue down the path of unaccountability, leaving billions in public funds shrouded in mystery year after year. We can accept a system where the politically connected profit while our nation's potential revenue streams remain on top, leaving schools underfunded, our hospitals lacking, and our infrastructure crumbling. Madam President, recently I saw our retired public officers picketing because of unpaid, I think it's called the unpaid compensation for increments not received during the period 1995-1997. And you see some well-known individuals pushing for this, and I'll just name a few. You have great educators like Bernard Card, my friend, who I've served with previously. Brenda Armstrong, Crispin Jeffries, these are some of the names that jump out and that are behind this issue. And I'm saying that if we had an economy that grew 8.2% in the previous year, you know, we say we're doing relatively well, and I believe, I commended the government on that at the beginning of my presentation, but I also think it's only fair, Madam President, that if we have some of our public servants who have retired now, and are trying to get some of their benefits that they feel that is owed to them, that perhaps we should give them that ear and listen to what they're going through. From what I understood on the news, many of them, well, some of them have died even before they have been able to reach that point, and this is something that I would hope that, you know, we could look at addressing. I think it's only fair, Madam President, and I also saw our very own Senator Dennison on the picket line fighting for that same issue, Madam President. And so I said, I think it's only fair for those who have served before, who have put in their time, legendary educators, other people, the former commissioner of the police, you know, that we try to address those issues for them. The budget, like those before us, presents figures, but without timely audits, Madam President, those figures are a little more than a phantom. Without the political will to collect what is rightfully owed to the people, we are not just missing opportunities, we're actively shortchanging our future. The choice is clear. We can settle for the status quo, or we can rise to the challenge and demand a government that is truly accountable, truly transparent, and one that is serving every citizen of this country. The time for excuses are over, Madam President. We will continue to push for audits in the Joint Public Accounts Committee. We'll continue to work with the government in terms of trying to address some of the issues I raised. I think there's a lot of work to be done, Madam President. I think that if we can come together, and try to address them, we'll be a lot better off as we go forward. Thank you, Madam President.
I recognize Senator Brittany Galvin.
Madam President, I stand before you to offer my contribution in support of the General Revenue Appropriation Bill for the fiscal year 2025-2026. With your permission, I'd like to refer to my notes. My stance today is in firm defense of a vision where our national priorities are aligned with the heartbeat of our nation, our Belizean people. This proposed national budget is more than a financial plan. It is an honest piece of document that tells us and the world who and what we value. That is why, Madam President, when I look at this budget, I see people. I see young Belizeans finishing school. I see single mothers becoming first-time homeowners, and I see national development that will benefit all Belizeans. This budget, Madam President, is more than just numbers on a page. It is a blueprint of Plan Belize 2.0 that is rooted in strengthening education, healthcare, infrastructure, and the resilience of our economy and people. On that note of economic resilience, Madam President, I'd like for us to reflect on the past for a moment. I believe I wouldn't be doing my argument any justice if I didn't allow for a bit of reflection, considering that a review of the past allows us to understand where we've been, where we currently are, and where we're going. Exactly 5 years ago, in May of 2020, the then Prime Minister, Right Honorable Dean Barrow, gave an address to the nation about Belize's road to economic recovery following the COVID-19 pandemic. In it, he declared, and with your permission, I quote, "Bottom line, I grieve for my poor Belize, and I certainly extend my sympathies from now to those that will have to deal with that particular problem," end quote. The problem he refers to was a stagnant and crumbling economy on the verge of default, marked by high unemployment rate, shrunken GDP, and high public debt to GDP ratio. In 2020, unemployment stood at 13.7%, GDP contracted by 14.1%, and public debt to GDP was 132%. Right Honorable Barrow also gave no hope of a turnaround, as he went on to say, and again with your permission, I quote, "Any sense of serious optimism about a strong early recovery is entirely misplaced. We don't want to kill hope, but why would we fool ourselves into thinking that there will be some kind of springback with respect to our economy?" While some may argue that this is his opinion based on what the projections show, we need to recognize the difference between a leader who accepts defeat and one who stands up for Belize. During the May 2020 press conference, Right Honorable Barrow also went on to say that whoever comes next will have to talk to IMF. And that's exactly what our current Prime Minister, Honorable John Briseno, and his administration did. They not only talked to IMF, but also shattered their predictions. In his budget speech, the Prime Minister, Honorable Briseno, noted that not only has default been avoided, but the debt to GDP ratio is now 61%, a milestone reached 7 years earlier than the timeline projected by IMF. In stark contrast to the figures I mentioned earlier for 2020, 2024 was marked by an unemployment rate of 2.1%, the lowest it has ever been. GDP growth rate was also 8.2%, affirmed by the Prime Minister as the second highest GDP growth rate in the Western Hemisphere. In 2024-2025 fiscal year, the government also achieved a primary surplus of 1.48% and capped the deficit at 0.26% of GDP. That is why, Madam President, when I look at the progress that this present government has made, I am thankful that the dire predictions of the past did not become a part of our Belizean reality. Not only did our economy spring back, but today our country is booming with progress, achievements that were only possible through the commitment of a government that truly works for its people. With total revenues and grants projected at $1.74 billion and expenditures at $1.78 billion, this budget for this fiscal year is both purposeful and responsible. It seeks not to overextend our hand, but to extend a helping hand towards every Belizean child seeking knowledge, every patient needing care, and every small business daring to grow. Belize is also expected to achieve a recurrent surplus of $403 million. That's not a figure to gloss over. It means that our day-to-day income exceeds our everyday spending. That's evidence of good governance and sound stewardship. Through the allocation of funding and direction of resources to necessary areas, the Briceño administration has shown that it is not just business as usual, but it's about the transformative nature of the work. And nowhere is that transformation more evident than the areas of education, health, infrastructure, human development, and citizen security. As the second largest budget allocation with $303 million, education has held its place as a top priority of our government. But beyond the figure, let us examine what this truly means for every child, youth, and adult learner. It means the continuation of the National Healthy Start Feeding Program at both the primary and secondary levels, benefiting 78 schools and over 14,000 students, ensuring that the only hunger a Belizean child has is for the will to learn. It means investing in teacher training, support, and recruitment, not only improving not just what we teach, but how we teach. It means the expansion of science and technology programs that will equip students to step boldly into the future. It means sustained subsidy programs to preschool, primary, and secondary education, and the strengthening of special education services with diagnostic tools, therapy, teacher training, and inclusion support. It also means the continuation of the Connect Ed program to include 70 new schools, ensuring Wi-Fi access for 93,000 students and over 4,000 educators by 2026, thereby ensuring educational equity and closing the digital divide. It means thousands more would be supported through the provisions of grants to TVET, tertiary, and adult education institutions, fostering access to career paths and lifelong learning. It means budgetary support for the construction and rehabilitation of government schools to improve accessibility and infrastructure. It also means the continuation of education upliftment program that already benefits 21 schools, with 2 more schools being added this fiscal year. That equates to 7 schools in the Belize district, 4 in Cayo, 2 in Corozal, 2 in Orange Rock, 4 in Stan Creek, and 4 in Toledo, sparing no district the benefits of this program that ensures every child attending one of these 23 schools not only have access to a quality education, but to a healthy meal, uniforms, books, and transportation. According to the Minister of Education, Science and Technology, Honorable Oscar Kenya, this program is set to benefit 12,000 students and over 8,000 households this fiscal year. This keeps money in the pockets of parents who can further channel it into supporting their families. This is what this budget affords, Madam President. It affords an education system that doesn't just open books, but open doors, yielding the greatest return not just in dollars, but in a stronger workforce, more resilient communities, and empowered families. This is the commitment of a ministry that doesn't just seek to educate, but to elevate. Now from the classroom to the clinic, being built on the premise that a healthy Belize is a resilient Belize, the Ministry of Health and Wellness is receiving $181 million this fiscal year to improve the lives and health outcomes of all Belizeans. This budgetary allocation sends a strong message that healthcare remains at the core of our development. With this budget, the ministry will continue its hemodialysis support program, helping patients with end-stage renal failure to facilitate free life-saving dialysis. As stated by the Minister of Health and Wellness, Honorable Kevin Bernard, They will also continue to modernize health centers across rural and urban areas. This includes retrofitting the northern and southern regional hospitals to safe and climate-resilient facilities, upgrading the Georgeville and Dangriga polyclinics, upgrading the San Roman Health Center in Orange Walk, revitalizing the Matron Roberts Polyclinic, adding the new Placencia Polyclinic to its list of health service providers, establishing a new health center in Hopkins, building a new NHI Polyclinic in Orange Walk Town, and constructing a pediatric wing at the Northern Regional Hospital. As well, Madam President, the Briceño administration is also moving forward with the construction of the San Pedro Hospital and the Tertiary Hospital in Belmopan, emphasizing the government's relentless efforts to improving healthcare access. All of this while removing all fees in public hospitals. Beyond improving health facilities, the government is also investing in preventative measures by strengthening mental health services, nutrition education, and non-communicable disease programs. This includes the expansion of the Palmview facility in Belmopan to include 12 additional beds for patients with chronic mental health conditions, providing ongoing mental health training to health staff, caregivers, and police officers, strengthening health education on key health issues, continuing the Healthy School initiative by replacing unhealthy foods and beverages in schools with nutritious options, and the development of a new strategic plan for the prevention and control of NCDs. With this budget, the Ministry of Health is also actively working to recruit and retain more nurses and specialists by providing scholarships to both home and abroad, and implementing a nurse retention package and launching the first ever Belize Human Resource to Health policy, a landmark step to strengthening our health workforce. And most importantly, Madam President, as a major step towards ensuring health equity, the expansion of the National Health Insurance to the Kaya District is the final phase in providing nationwide coverage. As a brainchild of the People's United Party, NHI has served as a shining example of what it means when we say health is our greatest wealth. With $50 million of this budget being allocated to NHI under the Ministry of Finance, this program has provided significant support to many Belizeans, facilitating access to affordable health care. And I know I heard the member from the other side talking about NHI in a very negative light, but I invite him to speak to anyone who has benefited from NHI, and he will understand that this service has benefited Belize tremendously. This is also being funded in part by profits gained from the sales of Bolido, highlighting the dedication of this government to investing the dollars gained back into its people. With such investments, Madam President, the Briceño administration is fostering a Belize where well-being takes precedence and where health is the foundation for national prosperity. Now from health to infrastructure. With $1.74 million channeled to support infrastructure development and housing, there is no question that when we invest in infrastructure, we're also helping to breathe life back into communities. This includes the upgrade of the Sartineja Road, the upgrade of the George Price Highway from Belize City to Belmopan, the expansion of the Philip Golson Highway from miles 8 to 24, and the maintenance of roads, streets, bridges, drains, and ferries. This development translates to better and safer conditions for commuters, ensuring a more reliable and comfortable journey, thereby not only fostering confidence in daily travel, but also minimizing the risk of accidents and delays. During this fiscal year, Madam President, MIDH is also devoted to advancing its community welfare and housing initiatives. This includes the continuation of its low-income housing projects, which will benefit an additional 100 families. That's 100 more families turning the keys on a safer and more secure future. A powerful step by the government towards fulfilling people's fundamental right to adequate housing. That is what we mean when we say to build back better, not just in concrete and steel, but in the lives of people who will now have a greater hope for tomorrow. In tandem with the housing project, the ministry is also focusing on enhancing the living conditions of our most vulnerable through the provisions of home improvement grants. This program is designated to assist 300 individuals across Belize, enabling them to make essential upgrades for their living spaces. By investing in both large-scale infrastructure and grassroots community support, MIDH is not only addressing immediate needs, but also laying the foundation for sustainable development and long-term community resilience. Now, when it comes to human development, Madam President, this is where empathy meets economics. This is the ministry that answers the call when a child is in crisis, when a family needs support in getting groceries, and when a young person is lost and looking for a way forward. With over $25 million allocated to the Ministry of Human Development, Family Support, and Gender Affairs, this budget is about assisting those in need, directing services where they are required, and strengthening our social safety nets. As was announced by the Minister, Honorable Tea Garcia Ramirez, the Ministry's Boost program has assisted over 4,000 Belizeans from 1,600 households across the country last year, marking a 451% increase in assistance to individuals with disabilities. In addition to distributing grocery bags that have served over 8,000 households, the Ministry also extends vital support to more than 1,300 persons facing acute crisis through its public assistance program. Last year, the Ministry also provided $1.7 million in grants to organizations that supports its mission in child protection, elder care, and poverty reduction. As well, Madam President, to address the sheer volume of cases that social workers are faced with daily, the Ministry is also adding 31 more social workers to its workforce. This budget also enables the continuation of the Roaring Caregivers and Parenting Program, which conducts outreach in numerous communities, assisting hundreds of families with training in effective and appropriate parenting styles. It would also bolster the continuation of youth diversion and rehabilitation programs that gives youths the opportunity to get an education, develop a skill, and minimize their involvement in criminal or high-risk activities. Finally, Madam President, I also want to applaud the government for including gender affairs in the title of this ministry, making it explicitly known that this is the era where we amplify efforts to promote gender equality and an end to gender-based violence. It is evident by investing in workers, skills training, rehabilitation, and support programs for women, youths, the elderly, and persons with disability. The ministry is living up to its oath of empowering our most vulnerable citizens. Now, in terms of citizen security, Home Affairs and New Growth Industry accounts for $115 million of this year's national budget. This investment funds policing, crime prevention, forensics, intelligence, and modernized security systems. Madam President, a week ago, I had the opportunity to be a part of a virtual discussions with youth from across Belize and the Caribbean. And beside the usual priorities that youths are normally associated with, such as education, health, and job readiness, citizen security also emerged as a significant area of concern. For youths and other citizens, the need to feel safe in their homes, schools, and communities aligns deeply with the priorities of this ministry. From installing 1,000 CCTV cameras to expanding aerial drone surveillance, the Ministry of Home Affairs is strengthening its grip on public safety, making it clear that crime has nowhere to hide. As highlighted by the Minister, Honorable Karim Musa, the Police Department is also expanding its ranks by 225 officers, putting more boots on the ground to meet the evolving security needs of our communities. This ministry is also dedicated to strengthening the force from within through ongoing training and capacity building opportunities for officers. In parallel, the ministry is also intensifying its focus on community policing and crime prevention, with special emphasis on youth and gang intervention programs to address the roots of crime before they take hold. And Madam President, I'd like to also highlight that I applaud the ministry for establishing the Lotus Center, which is a dedicated space to provide mental health support to police officers. Given the high-stress nature of their work, I think this initiative is both timely and necessary. Together, these efforts have reflected a transformative approach to citizen security, one that redefines how crimes are investigated, how officers are supported, and how communities can become active partners in creating a safer Belize. Now, finally, Madam President, I also want to highlight the areas of this budget that speak directly to women of this country. These are just some points that I pulled out. But firstly, the Starter Homes project undertaken by the Ministry of Infrastructure, Development and Housing has and will continue to benefit many female-headed households. Just one glance at the pictures that MIDH posts, and you will see many mothers, daughters, grandmothers getting keys to what will become a forever home. Secondly, in its commitments to women's health, the Ministry of Health and Wellness has also recently installed mammogram machines at the Western Regional Hospital, adding to the availability of cancer screening and diagnostic services to women. They have also made provisions to increase cervical cancer screening by 25%, serving as a critical investment that will save lives, considering that cervical cancer remains a leading cause of cancer-related deaths among women in Belize. Therefore, I also want to commend the Ministry of Health and Wellness for signing on to the Elimination of Cervical Cancer Initiative, making it their mission to eliminate cervical cancer as a public health concern. Thirdly, the Office of the Prime Minister through Beltrade has proudly supported the rise of many women-led businesses. This involved formalized training in business development, advising, and coaching, as well as grant funding of $2,500 to 13 female entrepreneurs through the MSME Roadshow competition, serving as a powerful example that women are not just contributors to the economy, but architects of it. And with that, I want to thank the Prime Minister, Honorable John Briceño, for making it a mandate of his office to support women's roles in our national development. The Ministry of Human Development, Family Support and Gender Affairs has also been instrumental in this area of work through efforts aimed at women's economic empowerment. This includes training in entrepreneurship, animation development, agricultural production, cell phone repair, and digital and financial literacy, significantly improving women and girls' reach and potential across various sectors. As well, with its responsibility to gender affairs, the Ministry of Human Development will continue to expand its services aimed at combating gender-based violence. The ministry has also developed a 2025-2028 strategic plan for gender mainstreaming across the public sector, which will seek to involve all ministries as crucial partners in the fight against gender-related issues. The Ministry of Education, Science and Technology is also maintaining its commitment to women's empowerment by increasing female enrollment in technical and vocational education and training programs. Through dedicated scholarships, more women are being equipped to pursue careers once considered off limits, helping to break both barriers and gender stereotypes. As well, I noticed that the Ministry of Tourism has made it a requirement that every district hire at least one female sports coordinator, a decisive move to ensuring that women have equal footing in athletic spaces and leadership roles. The Ministry of National Defense and Border Security also announced plans to construct a female accommodations at the Belize Coast Guard base, ensuring that women who proudly serve this country have a dedicated space to rest. Finally, under e-governance and digitalization, the government has underscored its pledge to empower our youths and women in digital literacy training. And through the annual Girls in ICT Day, girls are learning to code and follow aspiring careers in information and communication technology. Still, these are just some of the ways that this budget reflects a fierce commitment to Belizean women, empowering them with training for jobs, tools to start businesses, stronger protection against violence, and real health and economic power. Therefore, Madam President, with this budget, the government has made it resoundingly clear: people come first. This is not merely spending like what was mentioned by others, but this is investing, and the return is measured in better lives, brighter futures, and stronger communities. Still, as some have said, but the government is borrowing. To them I say, yes, they are borrowing, but they are borrowing to build, not to eat per bill, like what became of the Petrocurry fund. I wish the member was here to hear that one. But critics may also want to point out that the overall deficit for this year is $41.6 million. But let us not allow short-term fiscal expenditure to deprive us of long-term national growth. To those who ask, can we afford this? While the numbers show that we can, I ask in return, can we afford not to? Would we rather delay the transformation of our health centers, stall the education of our youth, or postpone the upliftment of our most vulnerable? Madam President, if we do not leverage these resources now, we potentially delay the development of an entire generation. And that's not something we can afford to do. Still, even with all the accomplishments and objectives I've outlined today, there will be those who will try to blow smoke where there is no fire. However, as stakeholders in our nation's development, I urge you to not listen to those who seek to disrupt, but instead turn your attention to those who desire to develop. That is why, Madam President, I believe that if you want to truly understand a nation's priority, take a look at its budget. And this one speaks volumes. This budget is unapologetically Belizean. It is a financial plan, yes, but more than that, if we look closely, we see that this budget places people first. Therefore, I invite you to look beyond the budget lines and into the lives of those who will be transformed. A little girl in Cayo who eats a hot meal at school every day and dreams bigger because her mind and stomach are filled. A grandmother in Corozal who will be able to access healthcare through NHI without bearing the full financial costs. A teenage boy in Belize City who finds a second chance through a community program and learns to code, paint, or plant, choosing creativity over crime. This is the power of a budget that puts money where our values are. It serves as a powerful message and a report that our government sees, hears, and understands the needs of every Belizean, including those most vulnerable. It is a statement of intent, a reflection of our national's priorities, and evidence of solid, bold, and goal-driven leadership. That is why, Madam President, I stand today in full support of this budget that is not only built for Belizeans, but backed by vision. Thank you.
I recognize Senator Gabriel Zetina. It's
Okay. Yes, that is correct, Madam President. My name is Gabriel Zetina. Before I get started into my rebuttal and debate speech, I want to take a moment, Madam President, to talk about my presence here. I stand with deep humility and with great purpose to deliver my first official contribution in this honorable House. Words cannot express how proud I feel and how proudly I stand under the banner of the United Democratic Party, despite what the other aisle might think. I want to begin by thanking the Honorable. I want to start by thanking the Honorable Tracy Tager Panton, Leader of the Opposition, for my appointment, and let this serve as one of her leadership, which is measured by principle and historic. It is a reflection of bold vision that she has for the United Democratic Party.
That's right.
I also want to congratulate her as being the first woman to serve as leader of the opposition. And I'm honored to be part of history and to be part of her team, the history she's making now, and the history that she will be making come 2030, and I believe that 1,000%. I rise here, and I want to make note a couple things, First, my age, I'm 27 years old. I think I'm one of the youngest in this chamber. And I also want to highlight my education. I have a high school diploma, and I put it out there now because I don't want it to be used against me later on. I don't want that to define me, though. For me, I'm not here to dwell on the past, but yes, I'm new to all this, So I really came here prepared with a speech, but after hearing the lead Senator of Government Business, the Honorable Eamon Courtney, I'm forced to have to give a rebuttal. But I will get to that. I want to thank the Almighty God. I'm a strong believer. And it is my belief that through His divine grace that we gather here to fulfill one of the most serious duties in governance. That is having the opportunity to debate this draft of the fiscal year 2025-2026. And lastly, I want to take a moment to thank my family and my colleagues here for their unwavering support, for their encouragement, and for allowing me to stand here as we represent the people of this country with a different view. I had heard the Senator Honorable Eamon Courtney talk about fake news. And so that's why I said that I had my speech prepared, but I'm forced to have to give a rebuttal now because I want to set the record straight. And I even heard the beautiful speech of Senator Brittany Galvez, and she went into deep history. But she failed to mention one thing. So, at the end of the day, they're twisting the truth for their own political narrative. Let's try to understand one thing, debt to GDP. They keep talking about 2020 debt to GDP to what it is today. And I want to break that down to what does it really mean for the Belizeans watching at home. Debt to GDP simply means that how much, for example, how much a family owes versus how much they earn. Again, the history has been given already by Senator Brittany Galvez. And what happened in 2020 when we refer to debt to GDP, yes, it was high, but not because of reckless decisions like you guys paint it to be. It was because of a global shutdown, not only in Belize, but in the entire country. There is one word that you guys failed to add, that was COVID-19. I will say that again. That was COVID-19. So the next time you guys talk about debt to GDP, again, it wasn't reckless decision being made. When, I will get to that, sir. When the PUP left office in 2008, you see, you're forcing me now to dive into history, and I had to quickly prepare something here. The debt around that time stood at 2.2 billion. And I have to ask, was there a pandemic at the time? Because my colleague, lead Senator Honorable Patrick Faber, had mentioned that prior to you guys taking office for those terms, or those years, sorry, was 500 million. So it went from 500 million to 2.2 billion. No pandemic, no global shutdown. There was no COVID. The tourism did not close. The borders did not close. So when the PUP government wants to compare 2020 to 2025, they are not comparing apples to apples. I will say again, yes, the UDP borrowed, but one can argue that the UDP borrowed to pay off the PUP's credit card. You know, the UDP had to clean up the PUP mess at that time. Because while the UDP did incur debt, there were tangible results for the people that could have been seen up to today. I will reference one that you guys made very popular, right? And that was the phrase that we can't eat streets. Yes, exactly that. Well, yes. So the PUP were very famous for saying we can't eat streets, we can't eat roads. Well, today, you bring a loan motion for exactly that. And so it goes to show that there is a continuation of the UDP plan. The UDP showed you all how important roads were when it is properly done. And you guys can thank us for that. Also, I heard earlier in the week, minister in the lower house had mentioned that there was nothing to show for Petro Carib, and the honorable lead senator, Patrick Faber, indicated a couple of the projects that was built. And yes, selective memory indeed, the other aisle has. And everyone is enjoying the Civic Center today. I, from San Pedro, I can tell you that we enjoy the Ambergris Stadium very much. Even, I will give you another example that it was a grant and loan and all those things. The Marian Jones Sporting Complex. May I remind this chamber that the Marian Jones Stadium, now it was built under the UDP, but now under the PUP, it is in a deteriorating state. They have the fire department, right? And it's in a complete, you could say it's in complete shambles. The land was so, yes.
Senators, I ask that we be mindful that Senator Zatina is speaking and to give him the opportunity to speak. Proceed, Senator.
You know, I'm very respectful about people when they speak. I stood here, I probably smiled at the very best, but I never interrupted any of you all. So, Madam President, when the leader of government business talks about fake news, may I remind you, sir, you have to take a look at your own propaganda. Because the truth is this: Belize is standing on roads, one that you guys criticize very much, in schools, in stadiums, and in clinics that were built by the UDP. With funds, we're now being shamed for borrowing. Nothing has changed. You guys still borrowing today. Now, with that being said, Madam President, I want to dive into my actual speech, which I wanted to be centered in the numbers. Well, I just wanted to set the record straight. Madam President, if I could continue without being interrupted. Okay, I'd appreciate that, you know. I want to talk about youth development and misaligned priorities, because I am a young Belizean, and so automatically I'm very much concerned about the future of our country, who are the youths, because what I see in this budget is not just numbers on a page. I am looking for opportunities. I'm not looking for broken promises. When I looked into the 2025-2026 budget estimate for youth support service, you best believe I was hopeful. I saw headline figures of $5.294 million. And I said to myself, you know, finally, maybe 2025, 2026, they're taking the youths serious. Remember, I'm new to this. And so when I started digging in deeper into these numbers, out of that 5.3 million, guess how much is going to personal emoluments? A whopping $3.148 million. And of that, more than 2.5 million is going on salaries and unestablished staff. All in all, we're looking at over 60% of the entire youth budget is going to pay adults, not empower young people. So I said, let me look at the actual program, what it really means to reach the youths. And so I saw adolescent development and participation. How much is being spent towards that? $0. At-risk youth program, $0. Behavioral or social well-being, it's zero. I didn't have to finish. $0. You can look at it, you know. You can. They could find it on their own. So I turned into their stated mission because I thought that I had missed something. It says to deliver entrepreneurship, skill job training, behavior modification, and social well-being programs, especially for at-risk youths. And I surely thought that there must be funding for skill training for the youths at the very least. Well, there is. But out of that 5.3 million, there are only allotting. They are only allotting for 60,000 for skilled training. Only 60,000. And then I said, well, I see summer programs, camps. You want to keep youths busy, especially we're entering into summer. School is going into vacation. Well, they're only allotting 75,000. And the entire youth development project, only 570,550 is even remotely connected to youth people. And most of that is going into buildings and facilities. I can tell you it's over 220 million, if I stand corrected, that will be going into upgrading buildings and facilities. Not feeding program, not the after-school program, not the mental health support or access to digital. So, Madam President, what are we doing? Where is the vision for these youths, for the future of this country? Where is the impact in this budget telling the youths? We sit in this chamber, and in fact, I hear the government talk about gang violence. Man, they're not serious about tackling gang violence. We talk about crime, and most of them are young, you know. You look at the news. But when the time comes to invest in prevention measures, in positive alternatives, in youth empowerment, we suddenly miss the mark significantly. So the problem is not the lack of money, you know. Remember, I started off at 5.3 million. There is money. The problem is how we're spending it. And I'm calling on the Minister of Youth to revise and give his opinion with deep sense of urgency. Let's redirect some of these funds to ensure that the youths of this country benefit. Let's ensure that at least half of that goes into developing the youth outreach program. Because when we don't invest in youths, Madam President, we end up investing in youth detention centers. We send them to, what's the jail called? Kobe Foundation. So we either pay for their growth now, or we pay for their pain later, and that's how I see it. Madam President, again, I had to touch on this because as my first appearance as a young person, I want to make it clear. I came here to be the voices of those who aren't in this room. And our young people, especially those in the margins, deserve to be more than just budget line. They deserve a government that backs up its promise with real programs. It's promise to performance. I think it stopped at promise. Next one is telephone bill. Madam President, I want to ask a real question as it relates to this fiscal responsibility. Why is the government continuously enriching SMART, a private company, nothing personal against SMART, by the way, a private company, while our very own telecom company, which is BTL, remains in debt? You would think that the government would be channeling these earnings through BTL. I notice in this budget draft, multiple ministries and departments are spending tens, if not hundreds of thousands of dollars on telephone service bills. Yet, There are no directives, no policies that ensure that these funds are being spent with BTL. And I mentioned BTL because BTL is not any company. That we, I took that line from you guys, we the people of Belize own BTL. Let me share a few examples. I always come with the facts, you know. The Ministry of Public Utilities, Energy and Logistics, you can reference page 243 to 250, you can see for yourself, because some of these numbers get crazy. They are budgeting 167,000 plus on telephone service. The Ministry of Constitution and Religious Affairs, Indigenous Affairs and Transportation is spending a total of 232,000 plus just on telephone bill. And you know what struck me the most? It's hundreds of thousands, and this is, I'm just getting started. And what struck me the most was within the management and administration section, the telephone allocation jumped to $143,028 from what it was between 2022 to 2024. The numbers at that time, the spending was about 7,000 to 10,000. All of a sudden, 2025, 2026, 143,000 plus. That's a massive 1,809.84% increase. Is that acceptable? And it doesn't stop there. The Transport Administration and Enforcement Division now has an allocation of 80,520. Man, you might say it's just 80K. The details, its previous year, it was roughly about 41,000. So you're talking about double increase. I had to look at the Office of the Prime Minister, how much you're budgeting? 162,137 for telephone expense. This is not just about the telephone bill, you know. When I talk about total public utilities expenditure, well, first, let me make it clear. These are just a few ministries. But when we talk about the total public utility expenditure for the fiscal year 2025-2026, you're looking at a whopping $41.3 million. And of course, not all of that is going into telephone bill. You know, public utilities means that some go to electricity, internet, cable, TV. But what I notice, very consistent across many of the ministries, that the telephone bill is often twice as high as the electricity bill. I own businesses, and I could tell you that I don't know how they rack up a higher bill than electricity. This is unacceptable, especially in today's era, where you can find affordable phone plan that exists. What about the internet? Well, today we are in a digital era, so we should be helping to reduce the cost, not inflate them, not in today's era. I believe we must make a change. Again, BTL is not just any telecom company. It's a Belizean-owned company. It's public and it pays dividends back to the government. So I asked, why are we helping a private company grow and not ours? I believe we need a clear and immediate shift in policy. The government should switch back to BTL. I strongly recommend that. Existing contracts with Smart should be reviewed and renegotiating. And if they refuse, I'm sorry, we have to fade it out. Yes, that is capitalism. Because when I support BTL, I'm supporting Belizean-owned company revenue back into the government. Madam President, another thing that I scrutinized very heavily was the tax revenue. One of that struck at the heart of every working class Belizean, every small business owner, every family struggling to make ends meet in today's economy. On the ground, people tell you things hard out here. And I speak of the sharp and steady rise in revenue over the past few years, and the troubling question, are Belizean people actually benefiting from this tax increase? Let's look at the numbers. In 2022, our tax revenue stood at 313.9 million. In this year, 2025, it is estimated that those figures are to be 472.5 million. That's an increase of over $158 million. More than 50% in just 3 years. Now, I don't know about you all, but I definitely do not know it all, so I had to do my research and figure out what some of these terms mean, especially when you're talking about payee. And it basically means income tax collected from everyday working citizen, which has grown from 111.4% in 2020, million in 2022 to 149.3% today. Business tax collection have soared from 173.5 million to 291.2 million in that same period. That's 68% jump. So again, I ask, who is carrying the tax burden? One can argue that we have more Belizeans working, more businesses opening. But I still have to ask, who is carrying this tax burden? Because it's definitely not the wealthy, at least that's what I can see. There was a massive tax incentive for a large corporation. Is it the working class? Is it the small business owners? Every day I talk to Belizeans who tell me the same thing. Their wages are not keeping up with the cost of living high. It keeps rising, but their grocery bills are also rising. Their taxes go up. Now, they also say that they pay more on fuel. The government generates, if I'm not mistaken, 50% in taxes for every dollar they sell on the fuel pump. Everything is rising, Madam President. If the government is collecting an extra 158 million in tax revenue, then the Malaysian people deserve to see and feel the results, not just in paper, but in daily life. Where is the extra 158 million in tax revenue going? Is it reaching the communities? Is it making its way back into increasing salaries for public servants, teachers? Is it going to reduce our, I have to say this very carefully, is it going to reduce our GDP, our debt to GDP. I stopped because I was hoping someone would say something, but you cannot claim progress when the people are paying for it. That is going backwards. Taxation must not just be about collection, it must be about impact. And right now, the Belizean people are paying more and getting less. So, I recommend the following. Establish a tax review commission to assess the fairness and the structure of our current tax system. We saw how the government gave a huge tax incentive to a large corporation. We can maybe apply that to small business owners as well. Because, Madam President, taxation must be more than just collection. It must be transformation. Right now, Belizean people are paying more and getting less. And that's not the formula, at least not in my book. Tourism. When I examined the draft as it relates to tourism, there was a fundamental question I kept asking. What is the core function of tourism strategy in a small country like Belize? You see, for us, tourism is one of the highest earners for government. In fact, where I come from, San Pedro, it's the one of the top destinations in the entire country. So, when I look at the bill, I see that they stated an objective, which is to support development of tourism industry through physical planning, legal regulation frameworks, resources mobilization, infrastructure development. On paper, that sounds promising. But here's the problem. The budget itself does not reflect any real commitment to those objectives. The numbers do not match the vision. There is no significant increase in budget allocation to help grow the tourism industry. No meaningful push for investment in the areas that can actually grow tourism. I've been to some villages in the north, and some areas are quite beautiful, and I think that we can take advantage to bring tourism into these different areas to help these communities grow. Everyone goes to San Pedro to look for a job, especially from the north. And I went there and I saw beautiful areas that the tourism can take advantage of. Like I said, there are villages that can develop into a tourism destination. There are coastal areas across this country. But we need to invest in these areas. You cannot talk about physical planning and regulation framework while failing to fund the very institution and department that's supposed to carry these out. You cannot claim to be mobilizing resources when the budget shows minimal new capital investment or partnership to bring in actual revenue generating project. I want to throw in there, we need to see more marketing to attract new tourists into this country, open new market. I know prior to COVID-19, the government at the time had opened new direct flights from different states in the US. We also need to see that from Europe. And the Ministry of Civil Aviation needs to work hand in hand with the Minister of Tourism, marketing, and opening these direct flights to Belize. It would increase tourism and everyone would be benefiting. More job creation. So I want to close with this. My last point. How much time I have? How much time do I have, Madam President?
You have 7 minutes.
Okay, perfect. So this is my last point, disaster risk management, because I had heard the other side ask the Honorable Patrick Faber about when does hurricane season start, and it starts June 1st. So in this budget, they are allocating $2.8 million to the Office of Emergency Management and another $1 million to emergency supplies. But I have to ask, are these numbers truly reaching the grounds when we have hurricane warnings? There's no building owned by the ministry. You know what they use? They use the churches, they use the schools. How about flood? Areas that are prone to flood? How about warning systems? I know the last time they had an alert for tsunami, possibly tsunami. I received the alert about 30 minutes after. That's just a few points that I am making here, Madam President. Again, I say this with deep respect, and I hope that my recommendations would be taken into account when they are looking into creating another budget, probably next year, because I don't see the other aisle making any changes with this one. But for the future reference, especially if anything, keep the youths in mind and the tourism industry. Thank you.
I recognize Senator Hector Guerra.
Madam President and members, general public, a pleasant good afternoon. Before making my contributions on the budget, Madam Speaker, Madam President, you see what Senator Faber is doing to me? I'd first want to express my gratitude to the Honorable Prime Minister for this wonderful opportunity to be able to serve my country and the beautiful people of Belize. I'd also want to congratulate every member in here this afternoon. I, of course, look forward to healthy and hearty debates. And lastly, Madam Speaker, Madam President, I'd want to thank my family, my parents, my wife and 2 kids, and my close friends for their unwavering support. Madam President, I rise today in support of a budget that is, Madam President, grounded in realism. It is guided by a deep sense of social justice, and it is driven, Madam President, by performance. The budget as manifested in the General Revenue Appropriation 2025-2026 bill is aptly titled From Promise to Performance, a title which fittingly describes the tireless and relentless work that this PUP administration has undertaken ever since it first took office back in 2020. Madam President, in my contributions today, I'd want to address 4 key pillars of this budget. Those include infrastructure, housing, citizen security, health, and before closing, I'd want to highlight a couple figures which show that the Belizean economy is on the up and up, Madam President. These matters aren't just line items in the budget. They represent, Madam President, the foundation of development for our country. They are arteries of opportunity and safeguards for the well-being and safety of our citizens. Madam President, on the matter of infrastructure, this budget sees over $520 million being allocated to capital investments, to the modernization and continued infrastructural works in our country, Madam Speaker. This sum includes over $336 million for Capital 2 development, which includes, Madam President, it includes projects which are funded through general revenue generated by the government. It also includes over $184 million dedicated to Capital 3 expenditures, which go towards funding projects that are funded through concessionary financing. And this is an important point because this PUP administration has made it a point that financing is to be obtained through concessionary financing, concessionary loans and grants, not on commercial terms, but on terms which we as a country can sustain, Madam President. Together, Madam President, these funds are being allocated to continued works, which include roads, Madam President. So, for example, we are seeing the upgrade of the George Price Highway. At present moment, we're seeing that being done between San Ignacio and Benqueviejo. Soon to come, Madam President, is the upgrade of perhaps one of the most traversed stretches in our country, the stretch between Belmopan and Belize City. Ongoing at the moment, which this budget makes provision for, are the upgrades on the Philip Golson Highway from mile 8 to mile 24. Madam President, in addition to that, this budget will see the paving of the road to Sarteneja, closer to my home, Cayo Northeast, Madam President. It will see, for the first time, unprecedented, the paving of the road from Bullet Tree to the Spanish Lookout community, directly affecting the lives of thousands of Belizeans and uplifting the quality of lives for the villages of Duck Run, Billy White, Santa Familia. This is what it means when the budget is titled From Promise to Performance. And not to worry, Senator Denison, the works will not finish. The works will continue, and this administration will see it to an end. In terms of bridges, Madam President, we're recently seeing we will soon see the inauguration of the Joe Taylor Bridge in PG. In Santa Elena, we'll see a repurposed portion of the Harlover Bridge being placed between Santa Elena and Santa Familia, a bridge which, when installed, Madam President, will wipe away over 7 miles of road for the villages of Duck Run, Santa Familia, and Billy White, Madam President. And so, when one looks for work, it is evident, the infrastructural works are evident and ongoing. This is what we call tangible results. Senator Zatina, you asked about tangible results. This is the manifestation of a budget that is for the people. And as the Honorable Prime Minister said, Madam President, these aren't election plums. This is what it means to move from promise to performance. On the issue of housing, Madam President, this budget recommits to seeing our Belizean people living in dignity. A house is dignity. A house transforms into a home from which a family unit can thrive, Madam President. It ensures that kids have a safe place to study. Children can thrive and turn into productive citizens, Madam President. Speaking about housing, this government has built over 600 homes since taking office. In the past fiscal year, over 200 homes were built. But the important part about all of this, Madam President, is that it is done on concessionary terms to assist our Belizean people, so that families, the recipient families, are only required to pay 25% of the value of these homes, Madam President, which accounts more or less to about $12,500. But that's not where it ends. It is then financed over a period of 10 years, and families are able to repay that in payments of $100 a month, Madam President. These are not dreams. They are walls being built. They are roofs being installed. They are keys being handed over to families and lives being transformed. This is what it means when we say we ascribe to the principles, Madam President, of social justice. Moving to citizen security, Madam President. All the economic indicators are on a positive trend, but this government understands that the work to ensuring that our citizens are secure and safe must take serious priority and commitment. As is the case in most countries, Madam President, even in more developed countries, it is an ongoing task, but a task that this PUP administration is committed to. And so, Madam President, the silver lining is this. Major crimes in this country is on a downward spiral, Madam President. In fact, the rate of homicides has declined by 13% since 2022. A 32% decrease alone in Belize City, Madam President. But the work must continue, and this budget will see an increase and recommitment to community policing. It will see an increase in the recruitment of police officers who must undergo stringent testing before being enrolled as police officers, and who must ensure that they are aware of modern policing techniques, Madam President. It will see the building of new police stations in Kontiki, Keycarker, It will see new police stations in Bella Vista in the south, Madam President, and in Belize City. These police stations will come equipped with child-friendly environments so that when our youths, unfortunately, first encounter the criminal justice system, rehabilitation becomes a priority so that they don't become hardened criminals and so that they're given a second, a third chance, Madam President, because this is what it means to be a responsible government. On the issue of health and well-being, Madam President, the highlight remains the continued rollout of the National Health Insurance Program. Madam President, this NHI has seen and has directly impacted over 230,000 Belizeans, providing access to quality, affordable primary health care, which translates to access to affordable x-rays, ultrasounds, medical consultations, affordable, Madam President, medication. This is what it means when a government cares for its people and puts its people first. Other highlights on the health and well-being, Madam President, include the removal of fees at public hospitals, the installation, Madam President, of a mammogram machine at the Western Regional Hospital, the building of medical facilities in Hopkins, in San Pedro, and in Belize City. Madam President, this is what it means to move from promise to performance. This is what it means to be a people-centered government. Madam President, I'd now like to highlight a couple key economic indicators. On the issue of debt to GDP ratio, Madam President, we have seen a drastic decrease from 132% in 2020 to less than 61% in 2024. And Senator Farber asked why we need to borrow. Well, let me tell you the answer, Madam President. The answer is that there are people to take care of. There is infrastructure which we need to develop. And there is an improvement to the lives of Belizeans that needs to be completed. This is why we borrow prudently. And when we talk about debt to GDP ratio, this is what it means when a country can afford to borrow and repay its debts, Madam President. I want to make this point. The reduction in debt to GDP ratio has taken place in less than 7 years, less than period that was estimated by the IMF, Madam President. We have also seen a primary surplus of over $106 million, which means that our country is earning more than it borrows. Over the past 4 years, Madam President, foreign direct investment has surpassed $1 billion for the period January 2021 to September 2024. Madam President, these figures are testament that our economy is on the up and up. There is investment in Belize. There is employment in Belize. And monies are reaching the pockets of our people, Madam President. In closing, Madam President, I support this budget because it is honest, It is prudent, and as I have just shown, it is people-centered. Where houses are being built, Madam President, not for ribbon-cutting purposes, but to ensure that our people can live in dignity. Roads and bridges are being built to ensure that our farmers can move their produce from farms to reach the markets, and so that economic activity can be generated, Madam President. This is what it means to move from promise to performance. And so, Madam President, this budget has my absolute support.
I recognize Senator Roselle Arana.
Oh, okay. Right. Good afternoon, or good evening. It's after 3. Good afternoon. Good afternoon, Madam President. I request permission to refer to my notes. Madam President and honorable colleagues, and to the nation of Belize, I rise to fully support the appropriation budget bill that estimates revenue and expenditure for the fiscal year 2025-2026. I am honored to be here with you to humbly serve our nation as a senator. I must first thank our Prime Minister, Honorable John Briceño, for granting me this opportunity, this distinct privilege to serve in the Senate for the term 2025-2030. His visionary and transformational leadership embraces the theme of this budget, from promise to performance. Now, Plan Belize 2.0 is the government's plan to proudly build upon its extraordinary success of working on behalf of not some Belizeans, not a few, but all Belizeans at hand. It is a testament of the satisfaction and appreciation expressed by the people of Belize for the outstanding work that has been done by the PUP administration under the exemplary leadership of our Prime Minister throughout the entire country, and their expressed desire to continue to push forward in the same direction, even greater economic and social development and stability. Hence, Madam Speaker, it is evidenced by the overwhelming success of the People's United Party in the recent general elections held in March. Madam President, our fellow Belizeans emphatically decided to grant their vote of confidence, not to the UDP, but to the People's United Party for a consecutive term. Therefore, I join my PUP colleagues in the Senate and in the House of Representatives
in thanking all Belizeans from Corozal all the way down to the Toledo district, which includes the Keys. Thank you for your vote of confidence, Belize. It is indeed our privilege that we will be good stewards of the people's trust. Madam President, as it was in Plan Belize 1.0, it is recognizable that the theme of Plan Belize 2.0 is to endeavor to continue to improve the quality of life, or some may say, the standards of living for all Belizeans. And as it is indicated by the budget presented by the respective ministries over Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday, it is notable that after careful analysis, a wise and prudent person would conclude and agree with me that the budget reflects items that are necessary, they are reasonable, they are affordable, and most importantly, achievable. Madam President, I will focus my remarks on a total of 5 areas: health and wellness, culture, education, the elderly, and rural transformation, community development in a whole. As a proud senator and an advocate for public health and wellness, I use this opportunity to commend the exemplary work being done by the Minister of Health and Wellness under the capable leadership of Honorable Kevin Bernard. I concur with Honorable Bernard when he rightfully said, there can be no prosperity without public health and wellness. Madam President, what this budget reflects is an earnest attempt to make healthcare services more accessible and affordable for all Belizeans, while also focusing on improving the quality of services delivered. This is reflected by allocation of funds to have the full complement of highly skilled personnel to provide all required services. Madam President, when we look at recruitment and retention of employees, it is critical. We all know people want to earn more money, and people are leaving. However, in this budget, there are allocation of funds for personnel in health to remain in this country. They will be compensated. They will be given the necessary resources to be happy. And so it is essential that there is employee satisfaction. In this budget, there is evidence that our personnel in health will be motivated to work, motivated to stay in this country, and to be public people that will be giving back to our communities. Additionally, when it comes to sustainable health services, the maintenance of our hospitals is very critical. Everybody wants that when you enter the hospital, everything is in place. Equipment, upgraded equipment, I should say. And even when you look at the pharmaceuticals, when you look at medication, at the public hospitals, a mother with a child that is sick, or a person with his elderly mother or elderly father can go to that hospital, get good attention, but at the same time, medication is available for these people, for all of us going to a public hospital. And you do not need to pay a dime. We all know, Madam Speaker, that when it comes to crisis, sometimes people don't have money. When incidents occur, people are broke. And so, when you go to the public hospitals, attention will be granted, services will be given, and medications are available. Madam Speaker, Madam President, no, I follow. Oh, you're not there. Senator Patrick Farber. Madam President, when we look at the health workers, I must say that at the moment, for the past couple of weeks or a few months, our health workers are in training. They are in training. As a matter of fact, today is a Friday where they go to their towns, their hospitals, and they get their training. We're talking about hospitals overall. So, Madam President, and there was a time when the healthcare worker was only given $100 for the month. Not $100 for the day, $100 for the month. But with this administration, the PUP administration, that $100 is now $500, which is a huge accomplishment from $100, especially in a time when the cost of living has gone sky high. To move on, Madam President, we look at scholarships being given out. Not everybody can afford to go back to school or to pay for a training. However, scholarships are provided and allocations are there for it, for people to become skilled and for them to do a good job. Madam President, I got it correct this time. One of the things that strikes me, and I think people don't take it as an importance, mental health. Mental health has also been allocated in this budget. And people might feel that mental health means that you're getting crazy, but it is not. Mental health affects people quite differently. Everybody looks at mental health, and you might look at someone and you say from the outside, he okay, she okay. But we do not know the type of anger that person might have inside. Some people might have gone quiet. They don't want to speak to anybody. To the point that at times, some individuals might even want to commit suicide. But they look okay. Madam President, in this budget, there are allocations for people and training for individuals and piloting projects that cater solely to mental health. Now, Madam President, I call on all senators on both sides of this chamber to reflect deeply on what this health and wellness budget reflects. It is not about party lines. It is about lifelines, as one person once told me. We need to ensure that the next generation and more prepared to carry on this nation forward. We're here today, but we're going to get older. And so we need to take into consideration the generation coming behind us. So, if we are doing our part today in health and wellness, tomorrow the next generation is going to come in line and do better. Madam President, I will talk a little on culture. It does have a little bit of history in it, a lot of history. And I must applaud the efforts of the Minister of Culture, Honorable Francis Fonseca. He has done a lot, and he has always done a lot in areas of culture. It is significant, and this significance can't be overstated in the governance of Belize, because it is partly what defines who we are as an individual, as a community, as a nation. Belize is proud to be a multi-racial or multi-ethnic country. It is our cultural identity that shapes us. And so we embrace, appreciate, celebrate our cultural diversity in this country. At one point in time, you could have said, well, there were 7 cultures in this 7 ethnic groups. Now, it is a melting pot of races coming together. And so, it is a part of what we call our cultural heritage. Each and every one of us represent culture in what we do, where we go, where we live, etc. Whether it is about the dance, about the music, what we eat, the traditions we have in our communities, it is all part of culture that we harness. And one of the major parts as we look at culture is niche, which National Institute of Culture and History. And when we look at all the different hosts of cultures that exist from Corozal all the way to Toledo, each house of culture, Madam President, is different. And if you would visit each and every one of them, you will see how unique each house of culture has become. And the efforts of archaeology, the efforts of the policies to protect our archaeological sites, reserves, is critical. And as we look at the different food, which I've mentioned earlier, that we have in our ethnic groups, they're all different. They also need to be preserved. Food needs to be preserved. Food needs to be documented as what did the Mayan people eat. In fact, what do they eat? What are they used to? What type of food will you find when you go to Corozal and Orange Walk? What are the traditional foods that are no longer made today in our communities? We don't want to lose the aspect of the food that existed in the past, but we want to bring it back so that it can be something that can be shared with our people, our children to come. The handcrafts. I can recall when I was in Orange Walk, different artisans and artists used to come and teach us to do different stuff. Basket, weaving, sewing, and the list goes on. Embroidery. All these things need to come back. Are we still teaching them? All of those things need to be preserved, conserved, taught, so that our children can continue in preserving our culture. Now, furthermore, Madam President, it should be highlighted, and this is as a recommendation, because we have a lot of artists out there, and we all know one of our very own artists got into an accident the other day, and he was critically injured, reckless. And we all know that a previous artist passed away, which was Consigo. Condolences to his family. But Madam President, we have an icon. And as I said, this is a recommendation that can be added in the budget. He passed away 17 years ago. The late icon, Andy Palacio. We also have Paul Nabor, the late Paul Nabor. However, we have our living harpist in Colombia village in the Toledo district who is still alive. The king, Florencio Mes. And so we need to honor Florencio Mes while he is still alive. But we need to make sure that when it comes to the late Andy Palacio, who have made a huge contribution to this country, along with Paul, the late Paul Nabor, and the late Aurelio Martinez, something can be done, that the legacy they hold can be passed on to our generations. So whether it is creating a memorial, a center where they can be appreciated would be nice. As culture is our past, present, and future, this cultural budget will continue to foster many festivals, like the festivals of arts, primary school, high schools, and I know there's also the one for teachers. Exhibitions and so many different things that can happen in culture. Allocations are there for that in the budget. Now, Madam Speaker, Madam President, a very touchy area, the elderly. And I'm pretty sure in this room we all have someone who is above 65 in our midst, either at our home or at their home where we visit. Madam President, it is a fact that Belize has a growing population of the elderly, as people are living longer, more than 72. When you look around and you hear someone say, I am 83 or I am 84, and they're still walking around 90, 96, and they're still moving around, they're living longer. And we applaud that. And this is where health comes in as well. According to a report by PAHO in 2024, those over 65 years and older were about 5% of Belize's population. It is critically important that their needs and challenges take into consideration through the various ministries of government, and I highlight one, because when I looked at the budget, there were allocations for the elderly. Madam President, we love our elderly, and we must treat them with love and dignity and compassion. And it is something that is, again, in the budget. And when I look at the allocation, at first I said, oh, this is a small amount, but when I looked at the next year, 2024-2025 reflected at least $47,000, which I believe is not enough for the elderly. But when I look at 2025, 2026, it has gone up from $47,000 to $292,000 for elderly care. As a matter of fact, at least 870 clients are benefiting from this program, and more can be added to this program. Whether it is home caregiving or caregiving at a particular institution, it is something that has been added to in the budget. And through the Ministry of Human Development, with the leadership of Honorable Minister Tea Garcia Ramirez, the support for families and the elderly is highly appreciated. And I must add that there is a council, the Council on Elderly, that we need to tap on. And for people who are, or I should say, not know what to do, because their parents or their grandparents is elderly and they don't have support, that is where we, as individuals in this country, should be of support. Whether it is to call the grandparents, your parents, hi, how you doing? How was your day? Whether it is that they come and live with you, and we know when we think about the elderly, they will not leave their houses just like that. And in some cases, extreme cases, like what I did. I uprooted myself and went to Barranco to be with my mother, who is 83 years old now. Ladies and gentlemen, Madam Speaker, Madam President, there is a lot that we can do. Okay. Now, one of the areas that I want to look at is rural transformation. And when I look at rural transformation, I had to tap into also public utilities as well. Because, Madam President, they're combined. They come hand in hand. Whether it is water, whether it is electricity, my colleague on the other side mentioned about communication, internet. While half of this country, or 3/4 of this country, is enjoying the privilege of having water supply, potable water supply, and they're enjoying electricity, one touch. And they're enjoying internet, and they might find as though digitizing things are, why should we do these, put so much money in these things? But the reality is when it comes to communities in the Toledo East and parts of communities in Toledo West, some of these communities, Madam President, are just getting water, potable water, in their communities. Before the general election, a village in the Toledo district, Toledo East, Otasha, enjoying the facility of potable water. Not all communities have potable water. They still have to go to the well, or to the pump, or to the river to wash. Likewise with electricity. Communities do not have electricity in Toledo East, but I must highlight one. And I was amazed at Corazon Creek Village when I started teaching there in September, and they were getting ready. They have installed the solar panels. Public utilities in connection with the community and partners came together to have a community solar system. They received that late November. And so the village of Corazon Creek Village is enjoying electricity with one touch of a button. But I'm pretty sure other communities in the Toledo district are waiting for that same program to come to them. At least 4 more will enjoy at some point between now and 2026. Internet services. The internet services, as we look at, out here, at the minute you jump a certain point from a point in, let's call it Punta Gorda and surrounding closer communities to the highway, all the way up north, might be enjoying high levels of internet connection. But we have communities pass, or at least through the feeder roads going back in Toledo East. Internet services can be difficult. And while Barranco Village, a year and a half ago, finally received the internet, and we look at Midway now enjoying privileges of some aspects of this internet, we still have communities almost next door, Conejo Creek Village. They have to climb a hill. The students have to climb a hill to go and do their research. The realities are real. So, my colleague, I hope you understand where we're coming from or where I'm coming from, because I'm talking on matters of importance that is happening in the Toledo district. Much less communication. It's a real thing. Certain areas you can get service, and the minute the bus is going, or the minute you are on the feeder road, no internet connection until you reach a certain point. Off grid. That is how it is for some of us. Or we're going to school, and on our way going to school, you will not get any service or any messages until you get to school. And so now, on my final topic, education, and I wish my colleague, Senator Patrick Farber, would be here, but when it comes to education, being free, I can attest, I can understand why it is free. Because while some of the communities and towns up north in Belize District, all the way going to Stan Creek, might have certain privileges, when it comes to certain communities from Stan Creek going down, some kids, if there was no transportation, they would not be going to school. They would not be in school. As a matter of fact, when you look at the retention rate, it is because of being able to catch a bus. It is because of the education that is now free that students are now going to school. Meals are provided for students going to school. And even though the struggle is real, because some students have to wake up 4:30 to catch a bus. Barranca bus to TCC leaves at 5:15. It is real. And so for someone to say that free education, we don't need it, or to the extent that it is not something that should be important at this time, then the question is, so how will we have the students in school? Especially looking at the economic status with a lot of families where that child who is going to school with free education on a bus that the government of Belize, Madam's President, is providing. Madam President, that child is getting a lot. They're getting a lot. And when you look at someone saying the age 14 has been taken to 16 to be in school, my thing is this. I have a lot of students, and I know teachers all over this country have students, even in first farm, that are 16, 17, 18, 19, and even 20 years old. And the matter is not how fast you finish, but it is quality learning that you're getting. Everybody learns at his or her own pace. And if you look at the curriculum, the national curriculum framework across this country, we have the provisions where the students in the Toledo district, the students in Corozal, the students in Belize district, Cayos, Stan Creek, Orange Walk, all having a standard curriculum where we as teachers can teach from. So everybody is on the same page. doing the competency base in different areas, because not only is each child learning at his or her own pace, but each child learns differently. And this is where inclusion comes in. For students who are fast learners, they get it quick and, okay, I'm waiting for the next work to happen. But you have students who might have difficulty reading, difficulty understanding, difficulty doing certain things. And then you have students who might have a certain disability. And this is where I applaud schools like Juliancho Technical High School that has a special education classroom where the students in that particular class can go to a first form, second form, third form, fourth form, and still being able to graduate.
Just a reminder, you have 5 minutes.
Yes, ma'am. I'm almost finished. Almost done. And so tomorrow is Juliancho graduation, Juliancho's Technical High School graduation, and one student, Madam President, from special ed will be graduating. And this was the same child that I 2 years ago won third place out of his level, first and second form, looking at almost 18, 19 classes. And this child, though spoke slowly, was efficient, effective, and key to the points that he was presenting for a competition in regards to independence of Belize. He won third place. And I applaud him. And I applaud him tomorrow. All right. And to close, Madam President, in conclusion, I support the bill, this appropriation budget bill. It is something achievable. The PUP government, under the leadership of Honorable John Briceño, is doing a great job. This budget is indeed showing how ministers, because when you look at the budget, ministers are collaborating with other ministers to getting things done. It's not like everything is left on one person and figure it out and that's it. No, they're liaising with one another to get things done, along with their area representatives. It can be seen that the People's United Party government is quite in line with Plan Belize 2.0. And for the most importantly, not only are they in line with Plan Belize 2.0, but they are fulfilling the mandates of the people of Belize. And with this, I say, we step on track. We stay on track. Thank you very much.
I recognize Senator Denison Glenview.
Obliged, Madam President. Before I start, Madam President, I have to give my little caveat. A critique of the budget and the financial policy should not be tied to a vote of confidence in the government. I say that, Madam President, on my own behalf, and I ask also that the members of the lower house accept it on behalf of the member for Kaya South. Madam President, I have a confession. $1,740,629,892. That's the figure for the budget. The confession, Madam President, is that I have no idea what that is. I've never seen 1.74 billion. I wouldn't know it if it ran up to me. I said, Glenn, take this and put it in your bank account. I really look like we're talking about like a figment of my imagination, because I don't know. I don't understand. So, Madam President, I will stay in my lane, because me the liar, much like the former Prime Minister. And I believe that the number of lawyers that can be called czars, I could probably count on this thumb. So I can't quarrel with the good Senator Koi. I can't. Like, that's this man. This thing frightened me. So I'm gonna talk about what I could talk about. Good governance. I know that good. I could talk about pondering salary increases. I could talk about imagining a UB that is thriving. And I can ask, I can have you wonder, what is happening at KHMH? They started to march at 3 o'clock, Madam President. I think they might be done by now. So, I can see if I could say the number again, Madam President. I get lucky the first time. 1,740,629,892. Now, one of my teachers teach me how to read numbers like that, Madam President. Really happy that she did. Unfortunately, I didn't do economics, and nobody explained to me what the debt to GDP ratio, so I can't even address this honorable house, but what that means or the implications of that, I have to leave that to the financial people. So I have to stay clear of that. But, Madam President, one of the things I will do first is to adopt everything great that my friends have said that the government is doing within this budget. I fully adopt all of that. And I congratulate the Minister of State in the Ministry of Finance for putting together the draft estimates of revenue. When it comes to governance, Madam President, one of the things I know is that you have to start to stop when you know what you're doing is wrong. And I challenge us in the legislature to assess if we can continue on this same trend, aligning with what my friend for the chamber has said, especially as it relates to lack of audits. the type of accounting we're doing as a country, and what that all means for the governance of this country. So, Madam President, everybody the quote thing, so bring a lead quote, if I may refer to my notes, Madam President. This is from Jordan B. Peterson's 12 Rules for Life. It's a very nice book. Tell you some pretty obvious things, but sometimes you have to read them to understand. In there, he says, if a society does not reward productive pro-social behavior, insists on distributing resources in a markedly arbitrary and unfair manner, and allow for theft and exploitation, it will not remain conflict-free for long. If its hierarchies are based primarily or only on power, instead of the competence necessary to get important and difficult things done, it will be prone to collapse. Madam President, we can't say enough about the failure in the oversight mechanisms. We can't say enough about the procurement procedures that need to be fixed. We can never tire of hearing about the breaches of the Finance Reform Act. And so, Madam President, that leads me to question, what is the real purpose of the legislature in the budget? I would like to recommend, while nothing is unconstitutional about the budget being read on this time, nothing is illegal about it, Madam President. I concede that the budget process really should have a clear vision of the future and how we will use parliamentary scrutiny to develop beliefs. This can't be the only time we discuss the budget. If it is, then where are we headed? What are we doing? I can hear so many of the same things from my brother senator for the chamber being repeated this year, from last year, from the year before. There was no discussion on any draft budget before we were having this read in the House. There was no pulling the senators together and said, hey, this is our medium to long-term development strategy. Let's look at it, let's talk, let's discuss it, so that we can have a better understanding of the context of each of these draft estimates of revenue. And I acknowledge that there is a Plan Belize medium-term development strategy, 2022 to 2026. But Madam President, let's be real. We're in a precarious situation because we can't amend the budget. And every single member of the House of Representatives is in the cabinet. That's incendious. So, I see that as buying loyalty, I will say that. And it's curious because the members of the House of Representatives, ministers of states and so, Monday got to the House of Representatives on an electoral system that that's not subject of the budget. Madam President, there was no parliamentary committee to review any of these budgets. It's not even as if we could make a recommendation on what are the priorities and have a sensible discussion about that. It's just, this is the budget, take that. As my friend has said, several people, there's no discussion on taxation. No looking at where we can increase revenues. That discussion doesn't happen here. And why is that important, Madam President? Because we keep hearing about the large percentage of the budget that is wrapped up in personal emoluments and pensions and gratuity. But I'm not a financial czar, but I do understand percent. I was very good at arithmetic. So if the discussion will be about how big the percent of the budget is, then let's talk about how we increase the pie, how we collect more revenues. Let's have those discussions. What's happening with the land? We have to have those discussions, Madam President, if we're going to play a serious role in the budget process. And let's not forget, audit, audit, audit. Tired of cry about audit. Senator Herrera probably tired of saying that. Like, you could just keep that in your budget speech every year. That's safe. Don't have to go no way. No audit. Keep that line. So, Madam President, we talk about 584,264,942 on personal emoluments. Again, same thing, Madam President, I've never seen that amount of money. I don't think I will see it in my lifetime. If it walks up to me and backs me in my face, I will not recognize it, because it's a figment of my imagination. I can't understand it, it's not tangible. But let me tell you some numbers I understand. $30.30, $39.96, $50.06, $75.42, $77.97, $93.46, $135.23. I know them there, I spend them there all the time. Those, Madam President, are a percentage of the salaries of a police recruit, an assistant marshal, a teacher with an associate's degree, a teacher with a bachelor's degree, a nurse with a lot of years of experience, a lecturer at UB with a master's degree, and a professor at UB with a PhD, that is what is 3% of their annual salary. So, when a teacher is asking for $50.06, or you offer them $50.06 and they tell you they're not enough, because they understand what $50.06 is, you know. They might not understand 1.7 billion, but they know what they can buy. The teachers know what they can buy with $50, and they know what they can buy with $141.84. So when the teachers said I need 8.5 to stay alive, 141.84. A teacher with an associate's degree. That's what she's asking for. That's why she's protesting. That's why the children are out of school. Because she's asking for $141.84. The nurses, not much more. There are a couple anomalies in the public service, Madam President. Assistant marshals of the Supreme Court are on pay scale 6. Taking home $1,331.84 a year. Real. That is an anomaly. They belong on pay scale 14 for the adjustment, and even 8.5. They just need to be placed where they're supposed to be, because that's just an error. They require a paralegal certificate, and they are the left hand of the judge. $1,331.84. You know, they tell me the number all the time now.
I said a year.
No, for the month. For the month. $665.82 and 92 cents, 15th ending. They know the number good. You could ask them and tell you. 665, Mr. D. That will get 15th ending. So when the people ask for 8.5, that $113.21, you know. That them people are protest for. Well, what really blow my mind, that UB, oh my goodness. UB teachers have not seen an increase since they got 5% back in 2015. A PhD coming back to serve his country wins $4,507.66 a month. You see, Madam President, when you talk numbers where people don't understand, it gets out of context. $1.74 billion mean nothing to the teachers. They don't understand. They have never seen it. They will never see it. But $50 extra in them pay, they know that. So, Madam President, the salary increase thing, is really just about them fighting for a livable wage. Don't tell them it will cost $100 million. They can't understand it. It makes no sense to them. It means nothing. It's not tangible. It's like a figment of their imagination. But tell them you can't give them $247.77 to a police officer with 29 years of service. I can't hear you when you talk anything there, no, Senator. I really can't hear you. So I joined my colleague Senator Galvez in quoting the highest office in this land. Many of these teachers are simply mothers. Many of them have mortgages they owe the bank. They have children in school and they have expenses to pay. We went with a message to the BNTU that we support what they have done, that we are very proud of what they have accomplished. We are going to stand up with them and insist that the government pays the full salaries to teachers. The Morris, no? Minister of Finance. El Lou, as he then was. You see, it's convenient rhetoric when you want the teachers vote for you. But when you're in the seat, you have to hope Senator Koi could find the money. This is the only hope we have now. He's sitting in front of me right here. This is the man who has to find the money. It's on him. I don't envy him at all. And I say this. You see, until I stay in my lane, law. Me no lead thing about criminal law. Me no going out of my lane and try to find money. But this man, Senator Koi, he could find it. It's in his competence to find it. I'm sure. If anybody can find it, it's Chris Koi.
Did you say could or will?
The Minister of Finance is a very successful businessman. I am glad that that Minister of Finance and this Minister of State in the Ministry of Finance, they're in the seat now. Because if anybody could fight it, they're not the man for the job, right? March 12th? Yes, sir. That's not me say so. You said the people say I don't vote, so that's never me. So I want you to realize, right, that for the teachers, realize with me that if you don't make dollars, it doesn't make sense. Not CENTS, you know. Sense. So, not telling people about the increments with hell like that's something you're kidding. Like, they don't earn that, man. That, you know what? Make again the advice. Please tell no CEOs and head of government departments, especially labor, no go agitate them people just before they go and protest and just rile up more. Real. So, Madam President, another number. I could read it. Maybe in my lifetime I'll make this number. 7,650,000. Imagine if the University of Belize were thriving, what it would do for this economy. Just imagine. Now ponder this. UB used to get $11 million, you know. Since 2022, then they get 7.65 million. And I don't want to hear nothing about the tuition that is paid to UB through political patrimony. That no count. That is not a subvention. The Ministry of Education last year met with the teachers and said to them, in 2025, the budget estimates of expenditure, revenue and expenditure for fiscal year 2025-2026, we will give you $10 million. That's what they promised them. I didn't see it. It's right in, you know. Right on the Ministry of Education, on page 158. 7.65. 2022 to 2023, 2024, 2025, 2025, 2026. Alana, new term Monday. Organic. The what? Senator Koi? Yeah, teach me it again. I never learned it good. This doesn't even compensate for organic growth. The same number. Senator, we have to fix that, Senator Koi. Please make us fix that. Therefore, me at least gone up one little bit. Make we get 10 million for UB, man. I never did it, but the hearsay, they tell me, say, they were promised to reinstate the 10 million and 1 million a year, every year while the PUP would have been in government. From 2020 to now. So they should be at 15 million, Madam President. That arithmetic, remember me not understand finance, I understand arithmetic. They did a half of that, 7.65. See? So, Madam President, you see, the UB subvention is important because that's our national university. Senator Galvez, you never gone it through? No. They have a responsibility to make education accessible to the masses. So tuition hasn't, I think tuition only ever gone up one time at UB, right? One time since they start. The tuition there is something like I can understand, like it's like a joke for real. Anybody we're gonna study, and I know a lot of people is down here we're gonna study. So if you see that $90 a credit hour at UB, you laugh because that's a joke, have to be a joke. So they know to make money off of that. We want to attract PhDs to teach them people. $383.15. That was at 8.5% of the PhD would have to get. So I can't ask for that for UB. UB need a full reset, including all the ones that were raised up under the previous administration. That real adjustment is needed at UB. Because if we are to educate this nation, then we have to ensure that the national university is equipped with the technology that they need. Air conditioning shouldn't be a thing with it. Wonder how you be, man. All are we going away? We class never had AC. But I'm pan hot, no? People can't get any AC in their room, man. They need to stay relevant, Madam President. There are things like smart hubs, and so that we need to start investing as a nation. How we are built a country, we will ensure that GDP could be tied to the subvention. Subvention could be tied to the GDP. So things start to good for the country, the national university start to better, then get one lead up. Or are we really not serious about educating our people? Maybe we like them dumb. Maybe we want them ignorant and uneducated. We really have to ask these questions when we keep UB's subvention the same. Let's invest in UB, Madam President, because you see, investing in our national university is investing in our future. Our human resources is one of the best things we can ever invest in. If you don't believe me, ask Singapore. Madam President, earlier I promised to talk about as if I wonder what is happening at KHMHA. Finance subvention gone down. Them they are 34 million, they are 33 now. And they're right around 33 since 2022. The difficulty with KHMH workers is that they're in a limbo position. As the salaries for those nurses, doctors, orderlies, and so in the private hospitals are adjusted. If they don't want to go up because they're not public officers, but they want to cut them pay during COVID though. I never tried that. That discussion never gone too long. There were strategies that they used, cost savings and so. But all of a sudden, why? Well, they cut all the other public officers, man, who need to take the 10. KHMH workers said no tal, no thanks. You see, Madam President, I want to go up on lead discovery. I never asked how much are we going to UB. Good. You going to UB? I got enough time to, I get no degree though. I go hang out. But I want to ask this. Oh yes, let me drink you that UB. Oh yes.
Senator, I'll remind you have 10 minutes.
That's fine, Madam President. So, KHMH though, how much are we gonna KHMH? I have to put my hand high, I don't know 3 surgery at KHMH. I when your picnic start turn blue, you run go to KHMH. When holiday or late at night and something happened to you, you run go to KHMH. And when you're there at the private hospital and you look for dead, guess what they say you? KHMH. They might have Tylenol, but I can tell you what they don't have is contrast for the new CT machine.
Oh, the expensive one?
Yeah. No contrast. So, I got a nice machine. I'm glad to see it. I'm happy. Yo, I'm celebrate that. Make we maintain the thing, man. I hear this one, yeah. I got 5 operating theater, right? But the big AC, I chip in, I chip out. So they got some, split unit. Only 2 of the rooms they got split unit. Yeah, man. So they could use 2. Sure. Because if the big one chip out, we'll chip in the split unit, the next 3. I call Gera's engineer, make them come fix that. And this is not a plug, man, President. Chamber, sorry. You think they could sponsor the unions or something, right? Gera's engineering, we have to ask them for come to get a lead plug. So, there is shortages of supplies. But like, I try to talk about it like you say, the place near KHMH. And you say NHI not cover the services that the tertiary care hospital does. NHI not cut you open. And get a little null. Something happened to you, and a fever, a little cough that too long, upper respiratory tract infection, you get a little antibiotics too. And you pay about $1 for the medicine. You pay about $2 for the doctor and $1 for the medicine. Kudos to that. Me call a spade. Me grew up on Southside and me grew up the one by Curaçao Street. So yes. No, the NHI, you pay $2, but that was for your leak off and so anything else happened to you need KHMH. So how we not deal with KHMH, man? You see, I know we are building a nice new hospital on the expensive land about pan, right? But when I have to forsake KHMH, man, make we fix up that place and leave it now. Could get them leave money, $50 million right off in a bills. That's one of their income stream. That's what the government wrote off last year. And when you say, boy, hold on, leave million phone, because you can't collect that. Say we're going, we're giving you 10% on the dollar, whole 5 million. Run on the thing. We are pay off all the thing at 10 cents per dollar. No, let's write that off. Madam President, I have to big up the family of Arlette Castillo, who's a PCA from Dangriga, who served KHMH for many years. God rest her soul. She was right there in the fight for all those things that they needed, the pensions and all that. Lay dead and I get no pension. You know they had a time you had to use a hard hat when you walk in at KHMH? Like thing may drop on your head.
Senator, I'll ask you to wrap up. You have about 5 minutes.
Madam President, obliged. Thank you very much for the reminder. I don't think anybody else was reminded so much. You say it, birds, not me. So, Madam President, we don't have a financial problem. We just know how to put the money, or power need to put the money. We just now want to collect the money from where we collect the money from. And I say, we don't want to fire the public officers there where we need to fire. Kind of run good a minister to hire them back, right? We not stop hire or add to this. Every time, you know, when you want wage bill to high. Oh, but we need more this, we need more police, we need more this, and we just keep adding to the wage bill. No public officers hire nobody, you know. That the government keeps adding to the wage bill by new hires. Make we put a moratorium on that. Make we find this signing, how much million they say we need for the teachers. My name no, because I wouldn't even understand the numbers. All I understand, the people and ask for $113.21. One judge price. I'm not sure that Philip Golson now. Also like Philip Golson. $2, man. Put the back on $2. So that's what it's about. It's about dollars and cents, not CENTS. Because in my mind, I don't know how you can positively or successfully convince a teacher that they want too much when in their mind they don't do the arithmetic and they ask for $113.21. Teacher with the associate's degree, $141.84. Teacher with the bachelor's, they ask for $213.70. Why you can't pay your mortgage that, you know? We can't get a mortgage, true? So, Madam President, I could focus on what we really need to focus on, because I got most of 3 minutes left now. 1 minute. I know that's a lot of time for you, Senator, but let's go. We are focused. Give the teachers what they want. They not ask for that. Each teacher they ask for and leave it. The numbers problem, that government problem. Make we give UB what UB need. Make we give KHMH what KHMH need. And you see me, I stand up here and tell you no. 2005 can be repeated. Thank you, Madam President.
For our health and well-being, we'll be suspending the Senate for 10 minutes, so you can take a breather, and we will return in 10 minutes. The Senate will resume. I recognize Senator Janelle Chanona.
Thank you, Madam President. Good afternoon, colleagues. Madam President, I ask for your indulgence that I can refer to my notes during my participation. Earlier this week, many of us were able to participate in a session facilitated by the Ministry of Finance that included the Minister of State and the Ministry of Finance, Senator Koyi, Financial Secretary Joseph Waite, and the Budget Director, Zita Magana. Since I joined Parliament in 2022, this has been the fourth such session, and I want to thank Senator Koyi for his commitment to those conversations. In my opinion, it validates the importance of engagement and dialogue, and I also think it validates the need for implementation of similar measures like making relevant data publicly available and accessible in a timely manner, engaging our citizens in policymaking, and ensuring accountability for the decisions and actions of our elected and government officials. I start there in thanking colleagues for that session because one of the key takeaways was that the next term will require that we generate a surplus savings. And that stuck with me because government is not a profit-driven entity. Profit-driven entities might just raise prices on services to make more money, but that's not an option for governments. So it highlights, Madam President, that we are not just at the crossroads, as Senator Herrera put it, of defining the beliefs we need. We're also on the precipice of unprecedented times. And we've been saying that a lot this year alone, but we have to acknowledge that economically, especially given the mercurial dynamics playing out geopolitically, and existentially given the climate crisis. So for me, I believe these are one of the moments, and we've had a few, but certainly this is an all hands on deck moment. And of course, exacerbating all of this is in the last quarter alone, academia, the non-governmental, non-profit sector, human rights advocates, they've all seen funding pulled for critical citizen security efforts, human rights, health programs, educational initiatives. And we have to call out that the needs that that funding address won't just go away because the money has gone away. And we are calling that out because, of course, it will most likely fall back on the government because those needs were being offset through those types of initiatives. And while, yes, I can join in hopes and prayers, we also have to rally and prepare because it's better that we're prepared for the worst and there to enjoy it if it doesn't come along. So given today's realities and tomorrow's uncertainties, Madam President, as we've highlighted in that discussion on Monday, I think I heard absolute consensus that we have to ensure efficiency and effectiveness of spending, transparency and accountability. Every single cent counts. That's bottom line. Tax collection and procurement bids, duty exemptions and fiscal incentives. But simultaneously hearing that we all have to have positive assurance of the efficient and effective use of our public funds. We've been talking a lot today about age, and I'm old enough, I don't know if anybody else remembers, but there used to be a very popular bumper sticker once that I used to see in traffic. And it said, "Don't steal, the government hates competition." And I remember it. So the messaging was effective. But as I prepared for this presentation, I felt really offended by that bumper sticker because it promotes this division and this separation that somehow government is over here and citizens and taxpayers are somewhere else. So that's a false narrative that I have to reject because I think as we've continued to, it's so important that we call and continue to call for our fellow Belizeans to embrace the truth and the reality that government is all of us and government is the embodiment of our tax dollars at work. So whatever we think government is doing well, we can champion, commend, and feel like that's a part of us. I mean, 88% of revenues coming from tax sources means many of us are paying our taxes. That's a good thing to my mind. And likewise, whatever we think needs to change or be done differently or be done better, that's on us too. Because in number, and it's been mentioned before, this budget represents the largest budget in our post-independence history. And that's ahead of probable supplementals to be brought. And if we're lucky, no natural disasters. That's a big deal. And I know that these hefty books and days of presentations and broadcasts, hopefully Belizeans are still with us. The small changes that as a nation, we are trying to determine how much we can earn, how we're going to spend it, and what we're going to need to do to borrow everything we've prioritized if we don't have that complete funds, and where we're going to get the money to pay back what we borrow. I heard Senator talk about an aversion to borrowing. I don't, because again, I don't see that there is bad debt. I grew up with the HRCU logo. You save, you borrow wisely, and then you repay promptly. So that type of debt, to invest in yourself, is good debt. But Senator, I immediately concede there is bad debt. There is bad debt. Debt that you can't leverage, you spend on things that you don't need or that are luxury items, or you waste it. That's bad debt. So let's make the distinction between good debt and bad debt. And you look at financial literacy, then you realize that that's the number one lesson that they try to impart. So for any of us that have been able to apply best practices in terms of financial literacy, we've all sat there, what's our total revenue, like our paycheck, and we calculate all the monthly expenses, the mortgage or the rent, the groceries, the light, the water, the phone, the school fees, the doctor bills, everything. And then if there's any left, we go save. And then if there's anything left in the wallet, can I afford the student loan? Can I afford buying my own house or getting that piece of land? And that's where I come to in terms of the good debt, because if we can invest in ourselves, like I'm sure Senator Dennis would agree, that student loan, having those skills, we have a legitimate expectation. If I earn a PhD, I will be paid for a PhD. So that's considered a good debt because you're investing in your education and then you're expecting to be able to increase your revenue potential. So that's typically how it works. But that's where I come back to the takeaway from this budget exercise that we go through every year. And even though people are, that's just a checkbox and, we just go through that and we bother, I resist that and I try to encourage people to see themselves in the budget. Because somehow I keep hearing this perpetuation that they can't reconcile the impact of the national budget every year on our own lives. So we are challenged to help identify what we need to do to make sure citizens don't just hear about these big numbers, but to ensure they feel the weight of the budget, not on their heads holding them down, but in their back pushing everybody forward. So when we ask real questions like, do we feel safer in our homes, on the street, in the park, on the football field, on the basketball court? Do we feel like we get bang for our buck in the grocery store when we walk out with our purchases? We feel like we get the health care we deserve? Do we feel like we get the education we need when we hit the job market? Do we feel like we have dignity in our work? It's not just a job. Do we feel like we're living paycheck to paycheck? Or do we feel like we're able to save here and there and do more than just make ends meet? But here's the thing. If the answer to any of those questions is no or meh, then we not just get to criticize and complain. And we were speaking earlier in the break room about repetition, that it seems like every year there's this cyclical, government will say everything is great, opposition will say it's terrible, and then, you kind of have this predictability of, inserting. And I will confess, as a journalist, maybe that was something that was formulaic, and you kind of have this expectation. Government says this. I see another media colleague shaking his head. Because there is again this perception and this promulgation. It's all predictable, and we have to break that cycle. It is not that we get to do that without participating and accepting our roles in government, and roles plural, because we need to make sure that nobody convinces any of us, any citizen of any age, that our constructive work as citizens is done once we pay our taxes and come out of the ballot box. That is not it. That does not move the country forward. I strongly believe what moves the country forward is advancing open government initiatives to ensure that government policies, processes, activities are more transparent, accessible, and subject to scrutiny. I hear Senator Arana talking about things like services like internet and potable water that maybe the rest of us take for granted because that's not part of the daily reality. That is part of it. How do we make sure that that becomes a reality, the same reality for all of us if we're talking about equality? So we reiterate that our sector will continue to champion every effort that promotes and implements these types of initiatives: transparency, accountability, and participation in decision-making practices, because we believe that's how we strengthen the democracy, it's how we grow, and that's how we see our tax dollars at work. But as was called out earlier, even though we have this legal framework, we have these laws, we have the Financial Reform Act, the implementation and enforcement of that has been inconsistent for a long time, for too long. And I don't know if it's only lack of political will, resource limitations, weak follow-through on oversight recommendations, but these are core challenges that, as we've called out, for 10 years, and you know what happens? They'll say, oh, but the social partners is on the Joint Public Accounts Committee. You know, you all should have been there. So it can't be that we have it both ways. We have to either accept that we have roles on those committees and we have legal frameworks that we can fall back to, or we push to change those so that we're not in violation. But it can't be both things. The offices of the Auditor General, Accountant General, Contractor General, Integrity Commission, JPAC, these bodies can't just exist. They have to move from strength to strength. And they have to report as already required, often and regularly to the people, to taxpayers in ways that they can understand. Because I take Senator Dennison's point on hand. And you see it every time these scandals come up. $100 million not seem to register in terms of losses. But a $40,000 scholarship, that gets on the front page, that makes the Facebook viral because it's relative. So how do we communicate in a way that people can internalize that every dollar counts, whether it's 40 or 40,000 or 40 million? So these types of national processes have to be proactive, collective, and as Senator Coy emphasized on Monday, treated urgently, because we have a limited time frame before we have some big payments come down the pipeline. And I think Senator Dennison opened a door that I think deserved to be kicked down a long time ago. We have to have some open, honest conversations. And I hear this word being bandied about every time we talk about managing government money, taxpayer money, corruption. I am told that the estimated cost of corruption is $1 million a day. I can't find who started it. Lots of people have repeated it, but I can't find out where the source of it. But even if there's a mere possibility, if that is not enough to motivate us, as Senator Herrera called out, $10 billion out there, and we don't have audit for the last decade. So how do we make sure that we can talk about these initiatives like UNCAC and all of these efforts, but in the same breath, with sometimes more passion and certainly more frequency, we're ready to point fingers at certain departments, certain ministries, certain officials, and make all types of accusations about revenue losses in various forms, but sigh in resignation. Oh, but they don't get away with it. Oh, you're going right, so. Again, public, we can't have it both ways. We can't. So we have to agree that we need to give our oversight bodies, and I noticed there were some nominal increases to offices like the Auditor General office in the proposed budget. But we have to make sure that we give our oversight bodies the kind of resources were identified already and can review further to identify, to make sure that they are in a position to help us identify what is causing government to hemorrhage and where. Because we need to have everything on the table. We need to know exactly where our revenue actually is. And, as I said, have very candid conversations about potential areas that are causing those losses. Negative assurance and anecdotal evidence based on whistleblower or one-off things that get exposed, not enough. Not enough. We need to get back to annual audits, yes, but we also need to discuss things like governance audits. One of the two Belizeans, I'm told, that graduated from regional economics experts are saying that our executive is too big. But let's test that. Let's see if we can validate that we need the size of the executive that we have. But if there is an opportunity for us to be efficient and effective with less, then let's do that. Certain departments get a bad rap, but maybe they don't deserve it. Maybe, as we were talking about with Senator Koi, maybe the leakage in importation pales in comparison to fiscal incentives. Maybe that tax reform is the answer. Maybe it's pension reform. Maybe it will take exorcising all of those ghost workers from the public service. Maybe all roads lead to the hotbed itself. Maybe it's a little bit of everything. But we simply don't know for sure. And I, for one, am tired of presupposing or assuming. We know what that gets us. And I don't know how we move forward if we don't know for sure. And I am proposing specifically that we need to commission some type of third-party review. Because let's face it, if we wanted to do it ourselves, we would have done it a long time ago. Get a third party in to review and identify the leakages, the losses, so that we can realize the efficiencies needed. And I want to start here in asking every single oversight body to confirm either that they have the resources they need to do their jobs, and if they don't, to identify that to the public. Because it is unreasonable for us as parliamentarians who took an oath, who are called upon to approve the budget, to assume that they have what they need to do their job. Because believe me, and I already hear the colleagues talking about this, as members of the Joint Public Accounts Committee, we have to hold those offices accountable. But I don't want to go in assuming that they have what they need to do their jobs, if that is not the case. I am hearing they do, and I am hearing they have that, but I need that to be something that we have confirmed, because I need to know if our expectations are legitimate. And if they don't have the personnel we need, then we don't have the reasonable expectation of being able to depend on the critical nature of those offices and what they're doing. Because these entities cannot only be in name. They must be working, seen to be working, and for the public to feel them working, so that we're all confident that our limited funds are being stretched, maximized, and getting where we need them to go. In the ceremonial opening, Madam President, of this new parliamentary session a few weeks ago, I listened keenly to the Governor General, Dame Frola Salam, calling on parliamentarians to realize, and she emphasized our duty and responsibility to the Belizean people. And I say that now because if we can't deliver on that oath, we all took together, and Senator took his this morning again, that conveys a legitimate expectation of the Belizean people. And for us to respond to that challenge, that call of the DG, we can do none of that unless we know how much we're losing to corruption, where we can do better, and how much we need to be generating to do better for the nation. The good news is, and we've got this confirmed, much of the tools we already need is already legislated. Some new tools, we understand from Senator Koi, are going to be introduced, new tools, new arms. But we also have to hold ourselves accountable to using those tools, because an unused tool and knowing that it's there but not using it is not it. We can't have it both ways. And I, for one, don't want any of non-use to be interpreted as tolerance and have that weaponized against us. So if we truly want a Belize that's built on strong economic, social, and environmental foundations, we have to commit to start here and now. And I listened, I hope you don't mind, Senator, I got the emotion of your presentation, and again from Senator Aran and Senator Guerra and Senator Galvez as among our newest colleagues, of who you are and a little bit of where you come from, and the pride you feel in representing not just your families and your friends, but your generation. And I really want to indicate my support to each of you on all sides of the political aisles and to my fellow independent senator to make sure that we can find ways to work together across this divide that we often have, but also to stress to the younger senators the tremendous expectations I know you are shouldering from your fellow youth. And I think for me, the cognizance is the decisions we are making here today will echo in your lifetimes long after I'm gone. And I'm not in a hurry to go, but that's the truth of it. So please count on me as your supporter in any effort that will make meaningful intervention and productive collaboration to do the people's work. I stand here today as the first in my family to graduate from college. That's the result of the personal sacrifices of my parents. That is the strength of a stable family and access to quality education. I've stood in this house 2 weeks after major surgery. That was the benefit of health insurance and an albeit painful reminder that health is our greatest wealth. I stand here as a woman convinced that whenever we lift each other up, we change lives. And I stand here knowing that it is the right of every citizen to experience invaluable benefits, unconditional opportunities, and dignity. Every citizen, every Belizean, no matter what part of the country they live in. So I want to be clear. I look forward with optimism. And I do so because I know, as a proud Belizean, that when we get united in a single purpose, we're unstoppable. Even if we just put the team together, we win World Cup. So yes, we agree wholeheartedly, our needs are many. And the cries for even more to be available in even the two ministries who are getting the lion's share of this budget, health and education, highlight this fact. That is not lost on me. If Denibal, imagine the rest. But I take comfort in the fact that despite the loss of support from initiatives like the MCC, I am advised that we can proceed to use the feasibility studies and glean those insights to inform our next steps in education. That is a big deal. And civil society stands ready to support efforts to make sure our curricula is what we need it to be. Together, Madam President, we can work to ensure that the government is what we need it to be, effective and efficient. Only then can we get past this perception that governments steal. Only then can we feel every dollar at work in the lives of every Belizean. And I call on every Belizean to not rest on the knowledge that you deserve more, but to demand better, and then let's work together to achieve it. Thank you.
I recognize Senator Linsford Castillo.
Thank you, Madam President. Hi, man. I don't take long.
I support. Thank you.
Thanks. Madam President, fellow senators on both sides of the aisle, ladies and gentlemen, good afternoon or good evening. Madam President, I rise to give my full support to this General Revenue Appropriation Bill for the financial year 2025-2026. 2026. Not quite. Madam President, I ask your permission to refer to my notes. Thank you. Madam President, the Prime Minister on Monday, May the 12th, 2025, presented to this nation a national budget which proposed $1.74 billion in spending. This, Madam President, will focus mainly on economic recovery, infrastructure, and investment in various social services. And Madam President, just for information, when the bulk of my notes that I am referring to comes from out of two documents, Plan Belize 2.0, and of course, the budget speech that the Prime Minister delivered on May 12th. And of course, I have to make reference to the draft estimates. Madam Speaker, Madam President, pardon me. This thing is infectious. Madam President, right? I cannot try, The Prime Minister presented this historic budget under the theme, as we have been hearing, from promise to performance. This, Madam President, is a most appropriate theme, and as this budget continues to roll out, starting with Plan Belize 1.0, which started in 2020, when the Belizean people gave this People's United Party government the mandate to lead the country out of the darkness caused by 13 years of UDP maladministration. Madam President, that's 13 budgets, from 2008 to 2020. And I'm sorry that he is not in the room, but the lead opposition senator was part and parcel of those 13 budgets, Madam President. 13 budgets, I have to emphasize that, which amounted to almost $15 billion, billion with a B. But this $15 billion, Madam President, it is inclusive of the benefits derived from $600 million from the B&E proceeds, remember that? Belize Natural Energy, along with the $500 million from PetroCaribe, famous PetroCaribe. Madam President, they wasted, or using a more appropriate Belizean term, Madam President, they sprung out the B&E and PetroCaribe funds. Sure, the Belizean people understand the term better. The lead opposition senator, I don't know why he not come back in the room, because I'm going to refer to him a lot. The lead opposition senator was proud to declare on national TV that they drank rum and they ate tacos. Pibil tacos, not just any tacos, no chicken. Pibil tacos. He boasted about it in Corozal, in my hometown. Thanks to the PetroCaribe funds, Madam President. In fact, as we mentioned earlier, they even created a jingle for boast about how they spend this money. They say, PetroCaribe, roll it. And all of them sing here along with his other colleagues. They partake in this orgy This Petro-Caribe, no, I know you hear me. This Petro-Caribe and B&E orgy, this obscene situation, Madam President.
Madam President, on a point of order, the member is clearly misquoting me. I said nothing about drinking rum. Imputing improper motive, misquoting me entirely.
Senator, can you continue and, as is requested, don't do any misquote.
The senator said never drink rum. Oh, you never said that you drink rum. You may look like you drink rum. I don't know. But I'm going to talk about orgy business and most of it. I put things in a context. Right now, there's a trial happening in New York with a famous rapper. And when I think about what they do with the Petro-Caribe funds and the B&E funds, they're like them, they have a free calf.
Senator.
I withdraw that. I withdraw it.
Ms. Fort Castillo, kindly be mindful of the language
I withdraw
you're
it.
using in today's debate.
Yes, but I don't see it as a. Anyway, I withdraw my comments. But these things just make you feel away, Madam President. Madam President, the 2008-2020 UDP maladministration left this country, which was in good health when they take it over 2008. Good health, because they never call the budget till 5 months afterwards. So things had to be good. But when you guys left, when you left it for life support, create more poor people when you left than the poor that you met. Unemployment, my goodness, was nearing almost 13, 14, 15%, right? The poverty rate was almost half of the country, almost 50%, high 40s. Over 52%. That means the poverty rate when you left office. No, that's about the murder rate. My goodness, through the roof. Through the roof. And of course, we talk over and over about the debt to GDP ratio. We all know it by now, 133%, which is now down to 61%. Madam President, it was so bad that the former Prime Minister, they want to call his name, after he single-handedly wrecked the economy, said before demitting office, and we talked about that before, he said, and in quotes, he weeps for Belize. Weep, This was some of his parting shot, his swan song. And if we never understand it in English, the man even talk French. Lead opposition senator. Make I pronounce this properly, right? The man say, après moi le déluge. Madam President, I spoke in French. I should have asked, yeah? Yes, it was. I should have asked if I could have.
As long as you translate it in
I will, yes, I will translate. But he said, après moi le déluge, which means, after me comes the flood. And you know what I mean by flood? I mean destruction. After him, things wreck. And he went as far as saying that he pities whoever succeed him as Prime Minister, something to that effect. But back then, if you could recall, he could have only talked to two persons. One, the now Prime Minister, Honorable John Bresenio, which will soon become the Right Honorable John Bresenio. And the second person, guess who was the UDP? Guess who was the UDP party leader at that time? That run in that election? Huh? Or soon to be doctor. Right? You, lead opposition senator, you don't be the party leader back then. You were a prime minister in waiting. But you know what? If by any stroke of luck or miracle you may happen to become the prime minister, you would have certainly made your leaders' words, then doom and gloom, you may have made that become a reality. You know why? Because I could recall clearly, lead opposition senator, you say in our interview that you were already signaling, because you like to use the term signal, you signal that if the UDP would have returned to office with you as prime minister, you would have conducted mass retrenchment. So that you said in an interview. You also indicated and signaled that you would have sought the assistance of the IMF. And you, sir.
Madam President, on a point of order, we are debating the budget. And so if the member can stick to the contents of the budget.
I take your point of order. I think I have allowed each member to be very broad, in that the budget in itself is broad in scope. Oh, excuse me, I am speaking. I am speaking. Senator Linsford, you can continue. Castillo, you can continue.
Thank you, Madam President. Everything I'm saying is tying into the budget. I am simply putting context in place, man. Check back my interview. Madam President, all those things that I've said.
Senators, let me remind you, as we have been doing, there is a requirement that if you wish to interrupt, you can do so on a point of order, and I take the point of order. So if there is a point of order on an issue that Senator Castillo is bringing up, that a member feels that they ought to do that point of order, then they have that. They can do so if they so wish. Senator Castillo, can you please continue?
Thank you, Madam President. Madam President, when the PUP formed government on November 11th, 2020, at the very first cabinet meeting that the Prime Minister convened, and I was told this, but I never did a cabinet meeting, obviously. The Financial Secretary's response, Madam President, when asked, you were there? Okay, good, so you could attest, right? When I asked the Financial Secretary, how close to the edge of the cliff are we in terms of the economy? His response was, I put it in a quotation, and he said, we are not close to the edge. We're off the cliff already. Am I right, Senator Courtney? We're already close to the edge. We're down at half of the cliff by the time the PUP take over in 2020, man. Now, how bad things be bad. But as I said before, Madam President, and you have to allow me to add a little bit of context in order to justify why this budget, this promise to performance budget is a continuation of the 2020-2025 Plan Belize 1.0. Madam President, under Plan Belize 1.0, the PUP government was able to roll out the national health insurance, and several of the senators before made reference to this wonderful, wonderful scheme, the NHI, the national health insurance, after 2020 was rolled out, and it affected approximately 200,000 Belizeans. 230,000. It impacted in the Corozal, in the Rinjawak district, in Northside Belize City. 200,000, Madam President. And now, the good news under Plan Belize 2.0, under this right here, an additional 93,000 Belizeans, am I right, Senator Guerra? 93 Belizeans at top of the 200,000, 93,000 Belizeans living in the Cayo district will now be directly impacted by this NHI, or by using the words of the Prime Minister, the genius of the NHI. Madam President, when the NHI is fully functional and fully rolled out, it will provide services to the value of approximately $80 million. That is big. And this is because the People's United Party government is committed to optimal health care for the people. And before I continue, I want to correct something that Senator Faber mentioned in his presentation earlier. I give out a little bit of fake news, fake information. He presented a picture like the NHI that want hustle. I think we might have to. Yes, hustle in terms of the private sector. Oh, they award everything to the private clinics, and he asked about what about Nature and Roberts and this and that, or Cleopatra White. Madam President, let me, yes, you said Nature and Roberts, but let me tell you, Nature and Roberts is an NHI clinic. For your information, Lead Opposition Center, Matron Roberts is an NHI clinic. The Corozal Polyclinic is an NHI clinic, and that are public. Sanar Ciso Polyclinic is an NHI clinic. Dangriga Polyclinic is an NHI clinic. PG Polyclinic is an NHI clinic. The San Antonio Polyclinic is an NHI clinic. All the NHI clinics in the Stan Creek and Toledo districts are public facilities, Mr. Lead Opposition Senator. So please, don't misinform the people when it comes to this NHI and trying to create the impression that, you know, some hustle they go on. That is absolutely false. Healthcare is an entitlement, not a privilege. That is what is stated in our Plan Belize 2.0. Under the Ministry of Health as well, and not just NHI, the construction and upgrade of medical facilities across the country became a reality. And there's much more to come, including the state-of-the-art tertiary healthcare facility right here in Belmopan. The one we like make nice boat, but that one roll out and that one be top of the line healthcare provider services.
I agree that that's non-expensive.
Madam President, okay, let me, with Plan Belize 1.0, this government was able to distribute over 20,000 lots to Belizeans all across the country. The now popular land mobile clinic is now a normal, everyday feature. You know, the Ministry of Natural Resources, Belizeans don't expect that as one regular thing. I remember though, the one, or I think about 2 mobile land clinics under the UDP, they had, Madam President, it was used strictly for political benefits, or just politics in the play. We can't deal with everybody in 4.5. They're not 5 years with the unit, you know. That's still 4.5 years We don't get to call it because Honorable Devin Daly will take it to call it. No. Yes.
Senator, if we can continue with the debate.
Plan Belize 1.2, Madam Speaker. Saw the introduction of starter homes, the starter home program, where hundreds of Belizeans were given opportunity to become homeowners, move from rent to own. Education, that used to be your thing, under Plan Belize, thousands of Belizeans were granted scholarships at home and abroad to further their studies, thus investing in this nation's...
Madam President, on a point of order. Standing order 44-2. Sorry? That's why I'm standing up on this point of order. 44-2, Madam President, talks about tedious repetition. Are we to understand that all the government senators are going to get up and say the same things? In the House of Representatives, we can do that. You could talk as long as you want, you could repeat as long as you want, but I'm learning quickly that in the Senate you can't do that. And all of them are getting up and say the same thing. This is our scratch record by now. So you can't do that according to Standing Order 44-2. So I'd hope you'd call him out on that and make him move on to the other topics which have not been mentioned as yet. Thank you, Madam President.
Thank you, Senator Patrick Farber. Let me say that each senator stands on their own. Precisely. And so each senator has the right to speak and to debate on their own issues. I also want to do a quick reminder as we continue with the budget. I think the budget debate is perhaps in the Senate, or the bill, the General Revenue Appropriation Bill is perhaps the only bill that will come to the Senate that is very broad in its scope. It is multi-sectorial, it is multidisciplinary, it is about national scope but local impact. It touches quite a number of sectors, whether it's environmental, economic, social, physical. It speaks to all aspects of development. And so, as a presiding officer, at this one time, I facilitate and allow flexibility and latitude in all your presentations at this time. This one time, because it is the budget debate. So I just ask that as we continue, we're winding down. There are about four more senators, 3 more senators to go. I just ask that we recognize that of each other, that I provide that latitude at this one point in time. So, Senator Castillo, can you continue?
Sorry, Madam President. So, am I to understand that normally this is not the case, that this standing order does say you cannot repeat the arguments that another senator makes? Because that's what I read here. But you're saying that you, as the chair, are giving the latitude at this point because it is the budget debate this one time. I'm just clarifying because I'm learning here.
Yes, but be mindful that it speaks to repetition of its own arguments. So if we can continue, Senator Patrick, Senator Patrick Farber, can we continue?
Madam President,
Senator, I would like to continue the debate, and we can have a conversation as to the interpretation at another time. Senator Castillo, can you continue, please?
Thank you, Madam Speaker. And I want to reclaim back my time. They don't like hear the truth. And some things bear repetition because we have to reinforce. So please, man. Anyway, Madam President, let me kind of jump one little bit ahead. I want to focus the core of my presentation on tourism, youth, and sports. Madam President, in 2020, when the PUP assumed office, we all know the tourism sector was struggling. And as I said before, not only the tourism sector, but the entire economy was on life support. Of course, this was a result of mainly two things. One, the COVID-19 pandemic, right, Senator Zettina? And two, the UDP epidemic. The gross incompetence of the UDP, which existed for 13 long years. That's why the country made upon life support. We all remember, Madam President, when businesses in the tourism sector were closed, workers were without an income, and everything we just dip and stand still. I hope we never get back to those days, Madam Speaker, Madam President. But thanks to Plan Belize 1.0, the sector, the tourism sector, and the entire country was revitalized. And in the tourism industry, we started to see pre-COVID tourist arrivals. Anything before 2019 start to come back. Pre-COVID-19 tourist arrivals. We have seen the launching of new airline routes and key developments across the country, especially in areas such as Ambergris-Key, Placencia, Kikaka, the Kayon Toledo districts. Madam President, the tourism sector is responsible for 40% of Belize's GDP, resulting in the direct employment of over 25,000 Belizeans, over 25,000 Belizeans directly impacted. Madam President, tourism, in the words of Minister Anthony Marla in his speech just a couple days ago, stated that it is Belize's most important industry. Our Plan Belize 2.0 manifesto clearly outlines the tourism industry as the proven winner. Those words are true. There are bold commitments, Madam President, that are outlined in this 2.0 plan, including, but not limited to, the Tren Maya. Want to hear about that leader, opposition leader? That's what the train system near. Tren Maya, then make us say it so. The Tren Maya circuit, which will provide one more link between Belize and Mexico with a state-of-the-art railway system. I can't wait to make that become a reality. This massive development, Madam President, will of course be coupled with the long overdue $800 million onshore cruise ship port facility. These are mega projects, Madam President. These projects and more, Madam President, will galvanize Belize well into the 21st century, bringing more jobs to the over 25,000 Belizeans that are already directly impacted by the tourism sector, along with thousands of other that are indirectly benefiting from tourism. So we look forward to these projects as we continue to roll out Plan Belize 2.0. Moving on, Madam President, I am happy to report that the